Hello, everyone joining us at home. Welcome to our Thursday, April 17th, Canadian Federal Leadership Debates live stream. We brought you the same coverage yesterday, but it was in French. And tonight is the English debate happening in about 30 minutes. 7 p.m. Eastern is the start time in Montreal. I am your host, Tamara Ugolini, here at the Toronto headquarters, and I'm joined by our friend and Rebel correspondent and contributor, Lise Merle in Saskatchewan. And I see that we also have chief reporter for Rebel News, Sheila Gunn-Reid, on the ground in front of the CBC building where the debates are set to take place shortly. Sheila, how's it going there on the ground?
It's going great. There goes Justin Ling right behind me. That's the author of many Rebel News hate pieces about us over the last 24 hours. He wrote a real beauty last night, but that's what we're dealing with around here. A lot of people running their mouths about us from their desks right behind us without ever bothering to talk to us. The CBC has their booth literally right there, like 30 feet that way. I have seen some clips that the Rebel News team has taken of their pearl clutching and their interrogation of the debates commissioner for having the audacity to not want to lose for a third time in court against us. And we're quite literally right here. Like, you guys know that it is one of the main tenets of responsible journalism to reach out to the target of your journalism for fair comment. None of these so-called professional journalists, the gatekeepers of professional journalism, have reached out to us, even though we're quite literally right here, Rosie Barton.
Sheila, for anyone who's right joining us and they're not familiar with what happened last night at the French version of the debates, there was 4 rebels lined up at the podium for the Q&A, the scrum, and what happened behind the scenes, because for those of us sitting and watching and viewing from home, we were none the wiser that anything was happening behind the scenes.
So there's a lot of people in the mainstream media on the outside looking in, and actually people who should know better, because this place is teeming with journalists. Quite literally, all you have to do to get in line there, for me, was to be ambulatory in that I could move from where I was sitting uh, about 18 inches to my left, and then I was in line. And so for everyone's like, how did the rebels get in line? I don't know. We walked to the lineup faster than you guys. We got off our butts early and got in line, and we were prepared with questions. That's how we did it.
It's a
Hustle and
secret.
hard work. It's my secret, and I'll give it to all of you guys. Hustle and hard work. We are not accustomed to having everything given to us, including our salaries. We have to earn everything, including our access. And so that's what we did last night. We worked hard to get to the microphone and ask those questions. And I must tell you, the jeering, the bullying, the screaming, the cursing, the berating that we received at the hands of the mainstream media journalists. Alexa was yelled at by somebody from Radio Canada. There was this group of journalists, from like left-wing journalists from something called The Rover. They started jeering from the moment he and Bexty asked the first question till it was done at independent journalists. Of course, you saw Justin Ling. He sat at the back. He never bothered to get up and ask a question. But he wrote about how we ask questions. Glenn McGregor was crumpling up balls of paper, from what I understand, or throwing paper. No surprise there. And Rosie Barton, as you know, I sort of bumped into her. I walked around her. We were crossing paths on the way to the washroom, and like she knows we're here. We are all they can talk. We're the story of the debate. The debate isn't even the story of the debates. We're the story of the debates. And none of them are talking to us. The craziest thing. But the abuse and bullying that we've been subjected to, from the people who can't handle a mean tweet, it's kind of comical.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like other people would be just fainting about the abuse that they were taking. I'm sort of dumbfounded and slightly bemused at it.
Well, stay bemused, Sheila, because you're the one that said to me that one day it changed my life. When you said to me, when I love making my enemies mad because it's the only thing that tells me that I'm on the right track. And so know that you guys did a great job. Mm-hmm. Know that you put them to shame yesterday. And I think most of this is just rooted in vapid jealousy. They wish they could answer the questions that are on people's minds, but they're confined to a script because they take the government money. Rebel News does not. And they were completely jealous of your performance last night. And good for you guys. We can't tell you. The country is so proud of Rebel News. You really showed the country what we're made of. And it was just an incredible event. So well done, Sheila Gunn Reid. Keep it up. Don't let them elbow you out. And we look forward to tonight. We just so look forward to the rest of this.
Sheila, I know that you have to get in there shortly, but just if you could give us a little 1-2, like what is the feeling like on the ground there? Is it different from what it was ahead of the debate last night? What's the ambiance and the vibe like?
Sorry, I seem distracted, but the big, beautiful For Canada bus just keeps going around and around.
And the truck is there. Yep.
The truck is here, so it's going around and around. And again, that made the very boring people at the CBC quite upset that the For Canada truck is here. We don't know what to expect, actually, and that's part of the problem. We've heard that they are changing the rules. They've changed the lineup of the people that like the leaders as they're coming out now. And I think it is once again because they know that we're going to be first at the mic, so they put up Blanchette first. So we sort of have to guess at where we need to be in the lineup because, like, who cares what Blanchette has to say? To be honest, it's sort of insignificant. If I do get a question to him, of course, I'm going to ask about pipelines and equalization. Like, how dare you take equalization money from pipeline revenue while opposing pipelines? Of course, that will be my question to him. But now we sort of have to guess at where we should jump into the line so that we get a leader. And honestly, I'm hoping I get Jagmeet Singh again because I'm going to ask him a question on behalf of independent journalists and the people we ask questions for. How dare he treat the women of Rebel News the way he does, while simultaneously claiming to be a feminist who, like no home. He has no home here. He's one of those guys. But really, it's a lot of just kind of waiting till the last minute, so that we know, are they going to allow us 2 questions again, a question and a follow-up, or are they going to try to limit our ability to ask questions by just giving us 1 question, no follow-up? Now, either way, it's of no significance to me, because whether I get 1 or 2 questions, they're always going to be questions that I think people at home are entitled to know, and that I know none of the people in the regime media have the guts to ask.
That.
Exactly.
Good job, Sheila.
Well, we
Good
cannot
job.
wait. We will be waiting here with bated breath to hear and see how things went, how they go on the inside. So good luck to you all, and Godspeed to everyone.
Thanks. And you know what, ladies, I just have to tell you, nothing but excellent feedback about the work that you guys did last night. You're really doing a great job. My email was full of compliments for you two. People, the only complaint was that perhaps the studio cut away from you too much, because people really enjoyed your reaction. So
we've noted that for tonight. So don't worry,
That's
everyone
nice
watching at home.
Good.
We're going to be on a lot. Our faces are going to be on a lot. Yeah, thanks.
Our faces
Thanks,
will be
babe.
here. Thanks, Sheila. Good luck in there. All right. So tonight, the English leadership debate. We forgot to mention yesterday just how behind in the polls. Well, it's not too bad, but it's a lot worse than where it was before Carney was implemented and elected by few Liberal Party faithful. According to the latest Nanos research, this came out a couple days ago. And so I'm interested to compare and contrast how the polling will look post debate. But of course, that will be in the next coming days. And the Liberals were ahead roughly 6 points in the polls. So we'll see what happens. The debate last night, apparently the CBC said that Mark Carney won the debate. We kind of concluded that that was in fact Pierre Poilievre. So, I mean, unsurprising, right? But we do have the Conservatives lagging in the polls and failing to take a hard stance on some of the most important topics for Conservatives. And last night, that was immigration, which they will not be discussing tonight in the English side of the debates, and denouncing the infringement of biological males into female spaces, bathrooms, change rooms, sports, the list goes on and on and on, shelters, prisons. So all of these spaces where it is very important to have that line drawn and uphold those spaces for women and young girls. And none of them took the task of really responding with integrity and vigor to the question last night by Juno News, one of their younger journalists.
That was an incredible moment. I was so proud of him for asking that question. And that's why we need independent media in those rooms, is to ask the inconvenient questions that the answer and the question itself hasn't been agreed upon by the regime media. And I think that, well, I mean, all of our questions took them very much by surprise. And that was but that moment when they were all talking about, women and the status of women in the country, and none of those leaders addressed the elephant in the room, was extraordinarily disappointing to Canadian women that have been fighting this on our own for years. Yeah. So hopefully tonight somebody will be able to lob a question that they won't be able to, skirt away from or sort of wiggle out of, and we'll get some clarity on where some of these leaders stand. But I thought their responses to that question, rah rah, we love abortion, was completely inappropriate and actually kind of gross. It was
Yeah,
just, it was kind of gross. Yeah.
absolutely. And the thing I'm most excited for tonight is to just cut out the middleman, cut out that translator and get right to the point. And we don't have to rely on,
Yes.
these unreliable interpretations of what was actually being said. We can hear straight from the horse's mouth without any little tweaks to the language, because the words do matter. Before we get into the thick of this particular election and this debate, I wanted to remind everyone and throw to a clip from the 2021 snap federal election. So this is a snap election. 2021 was also a snap election where Trudeau basically called a non-confidence vote election because of the way that his government was responding to the COVID pandemic. And that was the second time that Rebel News had to take the Debates Commission to court to assert freedom of the press and allow our journalists in there to ask a question. Now, this was still very much peak COVID hysteria, and the rules and regulations and all the restrictions on gatherings and so on and so forth. So we were only allowed to send one journalist physically to the debate, and that was Alexa Lavoie, since she's in Montreal. And the rest of us were able to phone in. And so as it be, I was the person selected to ask a question of our fearless leader, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And this is how it went. Have a listen.
I have a question from Tamara Ugolini from Rebel News.
Mr. Trudeau, the only reason that I'm allowed to ask you this question is because today the federal court ruled that the government doesn't have the right to determine who is or is not a journalist. This is the second election in a row that the court had to overturn your government. Do you still insist on being able to make that decision, and why?
First of all, questions around accreditation were handled by the press gallery and the consortium of networks who have strong perspectives on quality journalism and the important information that is shared with Canadians. The reality is organizations like yours that continue to spread misinformation and disinformation on the science around vaccines, around how we're going to actually get through this pandemic and be there for each other and keep our kids safe, is part of why we're seeing such unfortunate anger and lack of understanding of basic science. And quite frankly, I won't call it a media organization, your group of individuals need to take accountability for some of the polarization that we're seeing in this country. And I think Canadians are cluing into the fact that there is a really important decision we take about the kind of country we want to see. And I salute all extraordinary, hardworking journalists that put science and facts at the heart of what they do and ask me tough questions every day, but make sure that they are educating and informing Canadians from a broad range of perspectives, which is the last thing that you guys do.
Yeah. Can you believe that?
Oh,
it is so unhinged.
If we're wondering where anti-independent news sentiments come from, it was that moment, Tamara Ugolini. And I gotta say, I mean, I could hardly, like, just to see him was painful for me. But if I never hear that fool's voice for as long as I live and through my next lifetime, it won't be too soon. I'm actually so relieved that we don't have to tolerate him in our ear or eyeballs anymore. Like, what a pleasure it is not to have to listen to that buffoon, absolute buffoon. But he's unhinged. Like, obviously he was unhinged.
I was ready for him to just start stomping his feet like a toddler and having a complete meltdown. It was absolutely insane. And to be on the other end of that phone and not be afforded a follow-up question to that complete debacle of a response was so infuriating, because his government was literally the purveyor of myths and disinformation all throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. You can follow all of my reports on this very topic, and people were so appreciative of the work that I was doing and all of us here at Rebel News to bring them the other side of the story, the dissident doctors, the ones who were being ousted and prevented and smeared and slandered for giving a second opinion, who were saying, wait a minute, what are these rush to market products? And we have to be careful because we've just been remonetized on YouTube. And that reminds me that I forgot to do some of our housekeeping at the onset of this stream. But anyway, his government, with the likes of Chief Necromancer Theresa Tam, they were the ones who flip-flopped on all of their advice all throughout the pandemic, sowed distrust by their ridiculous responses. And I remember Trudeau literally campaigning on vaccine passports. And so to come back to little old me and claim that I had some sort of responsibility in sowing division in this country, well, I think that he needs to take a good hard look in the mirror and have a look at some of his clips where he gets up there and champions, you will never get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and sit next to a vaccinated person and put their children's lives at risk. This is the unhinged lunatic that ruled and governed our country for the last 10 years. And now we have Mark Carney, who was whispering in his ear for at least 5 to 7 of them, being rolled out as the next potential prime minister of this country. It is an absolute embarrassment. And with that, I will get to some of our housekeeping because for some of you who have just joined us, thank you so much. We're live streaming tonight ahead of the federal leadership debates happening in Montreal in roughly 10 minutes, 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Mountain Time. They're set to begin. There will be 2 hours of debates. We'll do some live reactions, but we don't want to interrupt too much. So maybe, let us know in the comments and you can help to support our journalism. Send in those comments. Give us what are called super chats if you're joining us on YouTube, or Rumble rants if you're joining us over on Rumble. And we are also live streaming on X. So depending on your preferred platform, you can find us on those 3. And we are recently remonetized on YouTube. So for what it's worth, I know that sometimes it's a little bit easier to chip in there if you so please. We have a ton of clips that the rebels, they have been on the ground. So we sent a team of 7 rebels on the ground in Montreal, 5 journalists, 2 videographers, and they were out there all day today trying to scrum the faithful leaders, especially Mark Carney. And so he was, he got a little taste of the billboard truck, the For Canada ads that are highlighting his connections to the Chinese Communist Party and showing photos of him with Jeffrey Epstein's right-hand woman, Ghislaine Maxwell. So maybe let's throw to a small clip of this and David Menzies out in the wild where he does his best journalism.
Well, folks, it wouldn't be a debate without our beautiful Jumbotron-equipped truck. Look at that baby. It's coming by. I know the conservative fans here, they like it. They're giving it thumbs up. But the liberal fans, oh boy. Yeah, you can see the conservative fans, big cheers, big fist pumps. And, oh, I hear the boo birds coming out.
The boo birds.
Well, they saw a CBC van there. They saw a CBC van drove by, so I wonder if they weren't booing the CBC.
Maybe. So you can hear the chorus of boos. They're competing with the cheers. Who's going to be louder? Oops. I think a lot of the Carney fans are actually in shock. They're not booing as loudly as I would suspect they are. You know what I think it is? They're used to positive mainstream media spin. They're chanting something. I don't know what it is. Lincoln, do you know what they're chanting? No. It's something like, I think it might be Rebel Rocks or something that kind of sounds like rocks. But we're moving along because we don't want to get a ticket, of course. And as you can see, the messages are all crawling.
Just
Carney's
a slow crawl by there.
Carney being photographed in the presence of Ghislaine Maxwell, the recruiter of talent, if you will, for Epstein Island. Mark Carney's dubious record at Brookfield asset management. But evidently the people here, the true red supporters, don't want to hear the ugly truth.
They don't. In my experience, being out in the field and covering people out in the wild throughout this election cycle, people. It's not even that they don't want to hear it. I mean, maybe they don't want to hear it, but they genuinely don't know, and they otherwise do not care. They would just rather bury their heads in the sand, pretend like everything's all good, and Carney's going to be their saving grace. It's absolutely embarrassing. I'm secondhand embarrassed for them, and abysmal from an informed choice standpoint, which is what I pretty much always root and base everything in, is gathering all of the information and making your own informed choice. That's literally my mantra. And so to see these people that are just blissfully ignorant and willingly and willfully ignorant, coupled with the mainstream media who acts very similarly, it's really infuriating.
Well, that was an intentional move by the federal government. That was the intent behind the news ban on social media, the other sort of censorious laws that they passed. It was to keep the public from knowing about their bad deeds. And as we heard last night with Pierre Poilievre, he will rescind all of the laws that were passed by the Liberals, make sure that there is no Orwellian, he called it Orwellian speech laws in Canada or media laws in Canada. And we can look forward at least to those people having a reckoning and learning just how bad it's gotten for the majority of Canadians, because for a great many, and especially older Canadians, they get all of their entire encyclopedia of knowledge from the 6 o'clock news. And if you're watching the 6 o'clock news, that makes you, if that's all you watch, it really does make you one of the most ignorant people in the country. Sorry to say, and that's no insult. It's not their fault that they don't know the truth of what's happened to our country in the last 10 years. It's not, and I do believe that you have to meet people where they are, and lead them gently to the truth. And that's what we endeavor to do at Rebel News. Yeah, we're always open to meeting new viewers and making new friends and leading them to the truth. So.
Well, and we have tons of videos and clips, but I don't know. There's no way we're going to get to all of them. The debate starts in 5 minutes. I want to get to some of these super chats because we had some come in last night after we ended. So thank you, everyone, for supporting us there. And again, you can do so on YouTube. Give us a super chat, or on Rumble, a Rumble rant, whichever you prefer. Trudy gave a comment here that the Rebel News truck made it onto CTV News while they complained about Rebel reporters asking too many questions. Yeah, as Sheila mentioned, and as reported by Justin Lang for the, I'm just pulling it up here, for the Toronto Star, he, in his own words, Rebel News and other right-wing media dominate press conferences after French debate. And as you heard from Sheila, the heckling and the berating that was happening quite literally behind their backs. I mean, not only is that so distracting when you're trying to pose a question with, in such a public forum that way, but it is utterly disrespectful and disgusting behavior that deserves to be condemned. Meanwhile,
And not to point out the obvious, but the only reason why Rebel was able to dominate the way we were is, well, I guess there's two reasons. One, because our people are so dedicated and so talented that they stole the show. But number two, because the corrupt regime, mainstream media, made such a big, hairy deal out of us. Yep. Like, you don't want to make us the story? Well, then stop talking about us. Like, you feel free to pull up your britches and do as good a job as we did yesterday. And maybe the country would have been talking about you. It wasn't CBC or CTV or Global or the Toronto Star there that was number one trending on X today. It was Rebel News. And there's good reason for that. There's good reason, because we out-hustled them, we outworked them, and we did a better job. The end.
And we weren't lazy, right? As Sheila said, you get up there, you go to the podium, and you be prepared and ready with some questions. This isn't rocket science. It's called journalism.
Oh, these are people, though, that are so accustomed, like so entitled and accustomed to walking in the room, sauntering up to the coffee station, saying hello to all their friends, knowing that, knowing that they can just mail it in and get the same results, ask the same stupid, boring questions that nobody cares about, and get the same results. Well, we showed them how journalism was done yesterday. And if anything, I think that we'll see them leveling up on their game today. If they want to compete with us, they're going to have to do a much, much, much better job. So
Exactly.
good luck to y'all. Good luck.
Good luck to you all, and especially good luck to us all. So we
Yes.
have Donald. I think it's Anderson. Again, the name's kind of cut off here, so I'm sorry if I'm missing some letters there, but I believe it's Anderson. Gives $100. That's super fan.
Donald,
Thank you so much. This is to help fight those Liberal and NDP vampires. Oh my gosh, the
Nice.
energy sucking is just, you can feel it through the screen. Absolutely. Sean O'Vision gives $5, says Tamara is great running the desk for extended periods of time. Well, thank you, because you know what? Yesterday was the first time that I have run a stream for this length of time. I wasn't obviously by myself with Lise, but in a hosting capacity. So I really appreciate that, because I was nervous. It was my first time last night. Having the camera on Lise during the debate was great, because you know what she's thinking by her expressions. Yeah, Lise, your expressions are great. And the X chat was great.
Oh, well, thanks so much, Shadow Vision. That's really nice of you to say. I told the team before, I was like, I came from radio. I grew up in radio.
Yeah.
So when they say you have a face made for radio, this is what they're talking about. Is they, like, I'm not used to like holding it down, and it just all comes out. So anyway, thank you so much, you guys. That was real sweet.
Elizabeth, and again, I think this is Matthews, gives $10. Pierre is our only hope for Canada. Carney is truly evil. Annalise S gives $13.99. Thank you very much. The Rebel did an amazing job last night. I know tonight it will be even better. Love you all. Not just my sweet Menzies. LOL. Yes, thank you,
love
Annalise.
you back. Yeah, we love you back. Thanks so much, buddies.
Lamunch gives $6.99. Thank you very much. And Ryerson Gary gives $5. A big attagirl to Drea. Yes, 100%.
Oh.
The best question of the night. Simple, factual, and direct. Even nut bar parasite Charlie Angus must be glad to see the last of Jagmeet. And we have one more here, and I'll try to get to a quick script because the debates are going to start any minute. Sorry, two more. Paul Lawrence gives $20. I heard a legacy media person lashed out and yelled at Ezra. Yeah, you know what? I can't wait to hear Ezra's comments, because I think there's a lot happening behind the scenes that we aren't seeing, and it's happening in real time. So we will catch up on all of that as the night progresses. Steven 797 gives $10. Keep up the great work. Love you all. Thanks so much. One more here. Ian the Man 26 gives $20. Our beautiful country has suffered enough under the Liberals for the last 10 years. Let's stop the divisiveness and let's unite as a strong nation together. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Steve Paikin is the English moderator tonight, so I guess we can just throw right to this.
And we'll go to open debate. And the first question goes to Mr. Carney. Okay, what is the starting point for negotiations, Mr. Carney, with the United States if, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it?
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada, people at home for taking the time to watch. I just want to underscore the premise to your question, because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally changed, because the president is looking to fundamentally restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs. And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
Mr. Poilievre, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you, Steve, and thank you to our fellow contestants here today. It's an honor to be here. What would I do different? Well, I'll start by what I would do the same. I think we do need to counter the American tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression, we must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent. What would I be doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength. The Liberal government has weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the United States and made us incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what I do, I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market and bring home the jobs so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Mr. Singh, you get the next question. Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen what, for a lot of people, feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town, I grew up in Windsor, and we saw how connected we were as a city and as a community. People lived on one side of the border, worked on the other. People traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada, but we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border.
Answer the question.
Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way without any justification really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent, and less dependent on the United States.
How?
Mr. Blanchet, for you, what supports would you want to see for industries affected by tariffs, many, of course, of which are in Quebec?
Many of them. First, be all welcome in Quebec and Montreal. You have me because I try not to speak English in Montreal. However, I think we should never underestimate the threat that Mr. Trump poses on Quebec economy and Canada economy and Mexico economy. But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy of Quebec is built differently. The challenges are not the same. The necessity for Quebec to have at least partly its own voice in the negotiation is important. The difference between Quebec and Canada is very important in terms of economy, but also in terms of identity and language and values and who we are and the way we want to handle immigration. So we have the right to be different. And if this difference is being respected by whoever becomes Prime Minister of Canada, we will be reliable partners in order to achieve the best possible negotiation and protect ourselves and our economies as partners.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. Okay, we now move into open debate, and I'll start it off, Mr. Carney, with you, and then we go from there. Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off from dollar-for-dollar tariffs. We have to recognize, and I think we all do, the United States economy is more than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy. And the principle in terms of our counter tariffs is to have maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum impact here. So we have to think about the impact on Canadian businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that Canadian automakers, if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they ship to the United States. We create a huge incentive for them in order to do that. We also have carved out the Canadian auto parts sector. Last point, I know you're pressed for time, the Canadian auto parts sector, so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing Canadian jobs, maximizing the harm in the U.S. So that we get them where we need them.
Mr. Polyev, you want in, then Mr. Singh.
Well, Mr. Carney, you claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after the last decade, half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, our economy is weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border. You supported blocking pipelines in Canada that gave Donald Trump and the U.S. a near monopoly over our energy. And now you want to keep in place Bill C-69, the liberal no new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources overseas. How could you possibly think it's a good idea to give the Americans a continued monopoly on our energy projects when you have seen how much these liberal policies have weakened our country over the last decade?
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Singh.
Sure.
If I may, yes. So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as Prime Minister. And this goes to the heart of coming to the Americans with strength, but doing the right thing for Canada. Within the first week as Prime Minister, I sat down with all the premiers of the provinces and territories, as well as the leaders of
blah, blah, blah.
the
We
Indigenous
heard it all
peoples.
last night.
Got an
With all of
agreement
it.
with all the provinces and territories. Doesn't happen very often.
Get
Got
something
an
new.
agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13. First point. Secondly, to commit the federal
Won't happen
government
fast
to
enough.
do its part by Canada Day. So free trade in Canada by Canada Day. Thirdly, the federal government to commit with respect to project reviews.
The question was about
Sorry,
pipelines.
I'm getting to it. Thirdly, one project, one review, and relying
That's not
on
possible
provincial.
under
Yes, it is
C69.
possible under. It is possible on our system.
No,
it
it's
is
not.
the
It's
impact
banned
assessment.
under C69.
It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move forward.
I'll
Gotta let-
jump in
okay,
on this.
Mr. Singh's turn, please.
Anti-development
Of
law.
course, we agree around having a strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada. We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have meant Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those tariffs is that we've lost jobs in steel, aluminum, and the auto sector. People are already losing their jobs. And while Mr. Carney, you had time, as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling and wondering, what am I going to do if I lose my job? Workers who've lost their job are saying, how do I pay my bills when EI only covers half of a worker's salary? Maybe 40 years ago that would have worked, but right now most workers are spending their entire salary just to pay the bills, to pay their mortgage and their rent, and to put food on the table. So EI is not good enough, and it shows Canadians that you didn't make it a priority to protect those that are impacted by these tariffs, that are threatened because their jobs are lost.
We have not heard from Monsieur Blanchet
you
yet
neither,
in this
Jagmeet.
segment, so please.
Yeah, Mr. Carney, you are becoming a real Canadian leader, saying one thing in French and another one in English. You said in British Columbia in February that you would force oil and gas through pipelines through Quebec, either we wanted it or not. You would use emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec? However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump. However, I would keep the dollar for dollar policy. Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter tariffs have to be targeted. You have put out already $2 billion for Ontario auto industry, car industry, and the lumberwood industry in Quebec has already paid to United States $2 billion.
Zero for canola.
And you have not raised one finger in order to help us.
Let's get from Mr. Poliev and then a response from Mr. Carney.
Well, Mr. Carney refused to answer the question about pipelines. Just the other day, he said that he doesn't necessarily think we need to build pipelines. Let me tell you what that means. Right now, the Americans get 97% of our oil, 100% of our natural gas exports at big discounts. We have to send Canadian oil from Western Canada through the States just to get it back to Quebec because we don't have a pipeline. And now there's this law, liberal law C69, which effectively bans pipelines. The 14 biggest energy and resource companies say it has to go if we're ever going to build another project. And I asked Mr. Carney why he would keep in place this anti-pipeline law that effectively empowers Donald Trump to have a total monopoly on our single biggest export. Why would you not repeal this liberal law? Isn't it because you are exactly the same in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberal team that is now making up your cabinet?
Let's get a response.
Well, let me pick up a couple of points that have been made. The first thing I did as Prime Minister was to cut the carbon tax. That's the first thing. Second thing is made a
Pause.
What a
commitment,
great idea.
made a commitment that
Pause.
all proceeds from our tariffs will go to workers and those
Question was
companies
about
most affected.
Ow.
There were several points
Means
raised. And
nothing
if,
so
if
far.
I may, Mr. Steve, if I
Please.
may address, I'm trying to do it quickly because several points raised. All proceeds go to workers and the firms most effective, and those proceeds are considerable. Third thing, I'm interested in solutions. I'm interested in getting energy infrastructure built. That means pipelines, that means carbon capture storage, that means electricity grids. And here's how you do it. And we've already moved in the first month. Cooperation agreements with the provinces. Guess what? We are a federation. You need to cooperate with Quebec. You need to cooperate with the provinces. You need to get First Nations and Indigenous people buy-in. You can do that through the one project, one review window that we put in place at that first ministers' meeting, as well as, if necessary, using emergency powers to fulfill the federal responsibility, but not the unique.
Mr. Poilievre, you want to come back on that?
What you're saying, Mr. Carney, with respect, is a total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees there will not be one-stop shop because it requires the Government of Canada to actually duplicate
So
the
what
same,
Mr. Poilievre is saying is that
the
have no
same
rules,
project.
have no regulation,
have one
have no
stop shop.
controls
Mr. Singh,
over any energy
Mr. Singh,
development.
we just got to let him
Mr.
finish
Let
his
polluters
sentence.
pollute.
Let's just let him finish his sentence.
That is not true. In fact, Mr. Singh, the reality is we should have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple
It's the first
levels
time
of
I heard you care about
referral
the environment.
that it takes now 17 years to
that your
get a
position?
major project approved in this country. That is why in the last 10 years we've had the worst economic growth in the entire
Liberals bought a
G7.
pipeline and
We
built a
cannot
pipeline.
afford
They're
a
pretty
fourth
pro-pipeline.
Liberal term. We need a change, and the Conservative plan for a change will include repealing the anti-pipeline law so we can get our energy to markets other than the United
Mr.
States.
Singh, then Mr. Carney.
While these two compete about who's more pro-pipeline, I think what we need to do is, it's clear. The Liberals bought a pipeline. They built a pipeline. I don't know what Pierre is complaining about. That's what they did. I think what we need to do, if we're talking about energy in our country, we need to build an east-west grid. Let's use our power as a nation to build a national project that creates good jobs, that strengthens us for the future, where we connect the low-cost energy from jurisdictions and provinces across this beautiful land and have low-cost energy for businesses, for people, so we can build a stronger economy. That's the energy of the future that we need.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points. First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly,
I don't think that's a bragging point,
Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the east-west grid interconnections, which is part of the energy corridor. Huge opportunities for this country. We have to be able to do more than one thing. Third point, fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got with the provinces, look at what Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this, this is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should we be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill people's mind with nonsense. Quebec has, by law, its own environmental review institution, and you cannot, through a federal decision, even through a Quebec government decision, go over the BAP, as we call it. If the BAP says no,
Just say.
it's no.
I know.
Good.
I know.
Let's
but this
keep
is
that in mind.
This is the point. This is, if I may, this is the point. The federal government can do the following, which is to take the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need to do.
And do you understand one other point fast?
This is what we need. This is what we need to do in a crisis.
We have Moïse and then Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah. The building of those pipelines will take at least 10 to 14 years. Mr. Trump will be 90 years old, not president no more. And somebody of course, less terrible will be there before you can even dream of having oil through this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Poilievre, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of Liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs,
Sounds wild when you
we
say that.
actually need to get things
Well, that makes
done.
sense.
We need a change, and
Shut up,
our
Leslie.
Conservative plan for change will repeal the No New Pipelines law. It will create a true one-stop shop, set up shovel-ready zones with pre-permitting so that we can approve LNG liquefaction export plants, mines, pipelines, nuclear plants, and also hydroelectric dams so that we can generate the power we need to be strong, self-reliant, and stand on our own 2 feet for a change.
Last quick word to Mr. Carney.
Okay, quick word. Bringing it back to what we're talking about, which is tariffs, the threats to Canada, how to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically, to build one Canadian economy. We need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that will give us strength in the U.S. That is our time. Okay, you know my job tonight. I got to be the heavy guy here every now and then, making sure everybody comes to time. And I'm keeping an eye as well on making sure that everybody gets rough justice over here. That concludes our first section and our first debate. Up next, affordability and the cost of living.
Well, that was the Carney show.
Our goal is to double the pace of housing construction. It will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
Il faudra parler des entreprises du Québec, des travailleurs du Québec, des aînés du Québec.
A big, powerful bring it home tax cut on work, investment, energy, and home building.
Okay, leaders, same idea, one-on-one questions followed by open debate format. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question this time. Many provinces, including some provinces with conservative governments, have ambitious housing targets, none of which have been met. Why do you think your housing plan will be any different?
Let me start by talking to the young people of the nation and those who are aspiring to home ownership. You know, it was only 10 years ago you could buy an average house for $450,000. But in the last lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than in any country in the G7. And so now our youth cannot afford a home, and our seniors are worried about being evicted. We can't afford a fourth Liberal term of rising housing costs. We need a change. And our Conservative plan for change will, 1, axe the federal sales tax on new homes. 2, incentivize municipalities to cut their construction taxes to bring houses down in cost by $100,000. 3, sell off federal land for homes. And 4, train up 350,000 young trades workers who can help build those homes. Because you deserve a home, and we're going to make it happen for a change.
Also on the issue of affordability, Mr. Singh, you get the next question. How do you bring down grocery prices in the midst of a trade war?
I appreciate the question. This is a big concern. When I talk to Canadians, they tell me they're really feeling squeezed from the cost of living. That's one of the top things that people tell me about.
NDP
people
Coalition.
are saying, I can't afford to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's just ongoing worry and this feeling of anxiety that can I actually afford the things that my family needs? On top of that, people are worried about the cost of homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear. So we can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it to great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly in both those jurisdictions. We can also ban corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable. We can make things better for Canadians, but it requires having the courage to take on the powerful corporations that are ripping you off, that are price gouging you. And we know that price gouging
like your brother?
is one of the major reasons why food prices are going up. You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney talk about the fact that these are the corporations
Thank you,
ripping you
Mr.
off.
Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, I want to ask you about old age security, which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We understand you would like to expand it. How would you pay for that?
We would want it to be just for everybody because the Liberals have created the discrimination against elders, which are 65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one should not be entitled to hide money in fiscal paradise in order not to pay him or his clients or friends, not to pay billions of dollars in taxes that could be used to help the situation of elders. Those are things which are supposed to be applied to everybody. There are a lot of questions to be answered about that. Other ways to do it is to reduce the pressure on housing price to make sure that the whole budget of elders and families and workers can afford houses which have increased dramatically in
Merci,
price.
Monsieur
in Quebec
Blanchet.
recently.
That's time for this one. Mr. Carney, I want to ask you about housing, which over the past decade has gone from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes built any different from your predecessors, and how?
This is one of the reasons why I entered this contest, because of the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, and the Trump crisis, to help fix it. And I would look, the housing approach is fundamentally different because we need a fundamentally different approach. We need to build housing at a rate that we haven't seen since the end of the Second World War. We do need a fundamentally different approach. And with the fundamentally different approach, we can build an entirely new industry. So the question is how? Now, Mr. Poilievre and I agree on some things. Okay, I agree as well on reducing the tax on first-time home purchases as a way to buy. But I am focused on increasing the supply of homes and doing that in a way that uses Canadian technology and modular prefabricated housing, that uses Canadian lumber, including in reinforced timber, and uses Canadian workers. And in all respects, we're scaling up to double the rate of home building.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. That's time. We now move to open forum here. And Mr. Singh, you get the first comment. Many of you have pledged to cut the GST on many aspects of buying a home. And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make life more affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly, while the GST holiday helps working class folks, middle class folks by taking off the GST off essentials, the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre voted against that. They opposed the idea of giving people, actual folks that need help, a tax break, and would rather give millionaires a tax break, which shows you whose side he's on, which is not surprising. But what is surprising is that Mr. Carney also said that giving people a break on their GST is a bad idea. Mr. Carney, why do you think giving a tax break to capital gains folks that earn more than $1 million is a good idea, but helping a family afford their groceries, helping people afford their bills for their internet, their cell phone, their home heating, giving them relief to take the GST off those is a bad idea, but giving a tax break to people who really only earn over more than $1.4 million, that's somehow a good idea.
Okay, you went after
That's your numbers.
You went after Mr. Poilievre first, so I'm going to give him the first shot to respond.
Well, Mr. Carney, the reality is that housing costs doubled under the Liberal government, while Justin Trudeau made exactly the same promises that you are now repeating today. He promised that he would double home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And here we are. Mark Carney is asking for a fourth Liberal term, repeating the exact same Liberal promises that priced you out of a house. Just a few weeks ago, before the election, the Liberals voted against taking the GST off new homes, and they have continued to build up bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change so that you can afford a home. And our change will be, again, to axe the sales tax on new homes, incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs, train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those homes and sell off the land that is going to be needed in order to build homes. That is a real plan for you to own a home and afford your life for a change.
Mr. Carney, they're coming at you from both sides. What do you say?
Okay. I know it may be difficult, Mr. Poilievre. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone. Okay, they're both gone, and we're
doing an impersonation of them, which is
very different. Look, I'm a very different person from Justin Trudeau.
No, you're not.
Is on results.
Were you his economic advisor?
And so, how to drive results in the housing market? You've got to change the model of building. You've got to increase the financing for housing developers. $25 billion on the table for those housing developers. $10 billion for deeply affordable homes. Cutting development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%, and lowering the emissions and the run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability. This is how you bring young people back into the housing market.
Exactly what Trudeau
and then Mr. Singh.
You claim to be very different from Mr. Trudeau. Now, the point is to show that you are any better than Mr. Trudeau. You claim to have a lot of experience in many things, and you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today. You say that you are a great crisis manager. Which one? I heard of nothing. As far as I know, Brexit happened, even if you were against it. You say you are a great negotiator. What have you negotiated but fiscal paradises in Bermudas or Cayman Islands? You have to prove something, and you have to reveal what you own in those companies if you want people to believe you.
No, go back to his face.
Yes, returning to the topic of housing. Now, it's very important. Obviously, we need to build homes that people can afford. Mr. Poilievre had the opportunity to show us what he could do. He was the Minister of Housing under Stephen Harper. And during that time, guess how many homes he built? He built 6 homes during that entire time. This is not something you can trust to build homes. He built
200,000
homes. And this has been confirmed again and again. He built 6 homes. That's it. Now, the problem, though, with Mr. Carney is, well, he's laid out a plan. The problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision to buy up affordable homes in cities like Toronto where people were paying a decent rent. And they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust, sadly, to deal with the housing crisis when, Mr. Carney, you profited off of it.
We're going to get responses here. Mr. Poilievre first, Mr. Carney second.
First of all, Mr. Singh,
hold this up to remind you.
The Toronto Star, the Toronto Star debunked your falsehoods.
No, it was 6 homes, and
I appreciate neither Liberals or NDP are very good with math, but in that year I was the minister, if I could,
which is great.
The year I was,
let's let him answer.
In the year I was minister, we had 200,000 homes built, and guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000.
And guess what happened at the end of the Conservative reign?
One bedrooms rented out for $900. And that since that time, housing costs have actually doubled under the Liberals.
They doubled
and
now we
have Mr. Carney making tens of billions of dollars of spending promises that will ultimately continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities. And that means axing taxes on home building and getting the government out of the way so that builders can actually build.
I think,
Mr. Carney, you are on housing. We need a change, and you, sir, are not a change.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to pick up on, I thought that answer was quite revealing. The first thing is that it's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, issues with vulnerable people, ignores the rental market, ignores all other aspects of it. So the 6 are the relevant. Mr. Singh is absolutely right. The 6 are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a different part of the housing market. There are many Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals is a misunderstanding, I'll be polite, of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need to do to solve the housing crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah. You have spoken much more than I have, so I won't ask a question. I will make a statement instead. I'm not saying that you cannot do what you pretend that you are able to do. We just have no proof so far. I'm saying quite clearly that you cannot be entitled to do it alone. You cannot be entitled to hold all the power in your 2 hands. You cannot go out there and fix things for Canada and Quebec without being seriously checked by serious people. You cannot go out there and speak for Quebec without Quebec having its own strong voice to protect itself and to promote its different economy. So if you want to collaborate, let's say right now that whatever happens, even if minority government happens, you will be a partner with the different Quebec economy and identity, which you have been not interested in for the economic part and not respectful for the identity part.
Let me get Mr. Singh in at this point. Can you tell us what's the first thing you would do to make life more affordable for Canadians?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can do, and I've laid out some of those things. I think fundamentally, I'm the only person on stage that not only fought for real relief for people in terms of affordability, I'm the only one that fought for pharmacare that actually makes life more affordable by giving people medication coverage, dental care that gives people more affordability by letting them access their services if you're a senior and a kid. I fought for childcare to make sure people can afford childcare. all measures that Mr. Poilievre voted against, all measures that Mr. Blanchet voted against. So if you want someone that's going to fight for you in Ottawa to actually make life more affordable, you can't entrust all the power to Mr. Carney. Doesn't have a track record of making life more affordable for people, but we do. So vote for a New Democrat, and we'll continue this work to make life more affordable for you, while the Conservatives and the Bloc have voted against those measures to make life affordable, because that's not who they care about. New Democrats are in it for you.
Pierre Poilievre.
The number one expense for families today is taxes, more than they spend on food, clothing, and shelter combined. This after 10 years of Liberal tax increases. We can't afford a fourth term of high Liberal taxes. That's why Conservatives have a plan for change. And that plan includes
voted against every measure to help people out.
Cutting income taxes by 15% for the average worker and seniors, saving a working couple up to $2,000, rewarding hard work again. Because hard work is actually being punished because of the very high taxes. Now, the Liberals promised 10 years ago they would lower them. They actually raised taxes on 9 out of 10 Canadians. We need a change in this country because your hard work should once again pay off with a powerful paycheck that buys you an affordable home,
so you want to save
on
people
a safe
$2,000,
street, and that's what we will deliver.
You want to save people $2,000, but cut their dental care, which is thousands of dollars. Cut their child care, which is thousands of dollars. Cut pharmacare coverage, which is thousands of dollars. That's not a very good math deal right there. You're going to save people $2,000, but cost them tens of thousands of dollars. That's why you cannot afford Conservatives, and you certainly can't trust the Liberals on their own.
Turn.
You need New Democrats.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to reinforce that point, and then I'll respond to Mr. Blanchet. Childcare in this country, $3,000 to $10,000 a year for a family, depending on where you live.
Province, jurisdiction.
Depending on where you live, that's what's being saved there. $800 per trip to the dentist. We have expanded dental care to 8 million Canadians.
Because we
8 million Canadians.
Because New Democrats.
Pharmacare. These are fundamental issues for affordability. We're talking about affordability and taking them off in order.
That's why you need New Democrats.
Quebec. That's not what I've said.
And in terms of
income taxes
working with Quebec
for Canadians,
yes, absolutely. Throughout the short time I've been Prime Minister, working directly with the Premier of Quebec.
Short time.
Our
yes.
Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Minister of Finance are from Quebec. Quebec and Quebec issues, whether it's
why
supply
haven't you answered Mr. Legault's letter? He asked 5 things in the letter. He reduced his expectations.
We're talking about,
and you did not even answer him. And tonight, you are so much in love with Quebec.
Steve, the question that Canadians have to ask:
why vote for Conservatives?
He's got Mr. Singh, sorry, he has the floor. Come
on. The question you have to ask is: after a decade of Liberal promises, can you afford food? Is your housing more affordable than it used to be? What is your cost of living like compared to what it was a decade ago? And are you prepared to elect the same Liberal MPs, the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal staffers all over again for a 4th term? Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that you are any different than the previous 10 years of Liberal government?
25 seconds left in this segment for you to respond to that.
Look,
new boss, same as the old boss.
I do my own talking points. Thank you very much. The biggest risk we have to affordability, the biggest risk we have to this economy is Donald Trump. So first and foremost, we've got to get that right. Secondly, we need to do it in a way that brings everyone along together. That means preserving pharmacare, dental care, child care, reinforcing health care, spending our
intrusion in Quebec jurisdiction over and again. I like if we're any better than we are. Is there one thing Canadians can do that Quebecers cannot do? You are doing intrusions in our jurisdiction with our money, pretending you are better, and most of the time you try to copy what we did with our own money against us. What's that? As a policy, don't you have your own things to care about?
That really is time for this segment. I wanted to be polite and let everybody finish their points,
but far beyond,
we got to move on.
I took the liberty.
Thank you. Okay, that ends section 2. Up next, public safety and security.
to fight crime, to protect Canadians, and to build communities that are safe, secure, and strong.
Keep crime, drugs, stolen cars, and other illegal substances out of our country.
We're going to invest in our borders, and that means hiring more border officers.
Resources are in short supply, not enough staff. This is not the nice way to treat people who come to our border.
Okay, same format, one-on-one questions and then open debate. Monsieur Blanchet, you get to go first in this one. Public safety and security. For a lot of people, that means the fentanyl crisis. I'd like to know what you could contribute to ending that crisis in this country.
The fentanyl crisis is a very serious issue, which is a bit less important in Quebec than it is in British Columbia. I think the whole border thing is the real issue. Immigration is a very important issue for Quebecers. Immigration has to be dealt with in an orderly fashion. Our borders are not dealt with in an orderly fashion. The rules are not respected. The rules are unclear. Some rules even invite people to hide for 2 weeks illegally before coming out. Some things has to be done. The situation of one person asking for asylum may take as much as 4 years without us reducing the number in order to deal with them in a human way. The services for every citizen in Quebec are being reduced because we cannot afford the fact that we are receiving much, much more people in Quebec from this specific type of immigration than we can afford, and we cannot teach them French.
That's time, Mr. Blanchet. We can, of course, return to the immigration issue during open debate, should you choose to. Mr. Carney, question for you. The Liberal gun buyback policy, not considered a success by many people. Reviving it is in your platform. Why would it work this time?
Yeah, I think, well, what we've seen with that policy is some success at the commercial level, but not at the individual level, because it hasn't been, in my opinion, it hasn't been organized properly, and it needs to be organized properly. And I've instructed the Minister of National Security and Public Safety in order to do that. So part of this is a different focus of government, a focus on results, a focus on clear milestones in the short term. Let me make a broader point, though, on gun, which is that we have a problem with guns coming over borders, which is why we've tightened our borders. We have an issue, though, with a gun industry that is continually coming up with new forms of assault rifles, mass killing machines. We've banned over 2,000 of these. Every single time there has been a vote in the House of Commons on gun control, Mr. Poilievre has voted against it. You can't be tough on crime unless you're tough on guns.
Mr. Poilievre, you can come back on that in the open debate if you want to, but my question for you in this segment is, Indigenous people are statistically overrepresented in our correction system. Are you concerned that your tough on crime platform will make that worse?
I'm concerned that Indigenous people are disproportionately the victims of crime. I give you the example of a wonderful group of Indigenous people who came under attack in Saskatchewan, and many of them were murdered. Killer was out of jail after 60 prior convictions. This is the result of 10 years of liberal laws that allow the same offenders to be released dozens and dozens of times, even when it's known they are a danger. We can't risk a fourth liberal term of soft on crime policies. We need a change. And the Conservative plan for change will bring in a 3 strikes you're outlaw, 3 convictions for serious crimes, you go to jail for at least 10 years, maybe for life, no chance of parole or bail. We will bring in life sentences for traffickers of fentanyl, human beings, and guns, and we will secure our borders to keep the illegal
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. That's time. Mr. Singh, your question is about the RCMP, because you've got RCMP reform in your platform. What, in your view, is the problem with the RCMP?
Well, some of the basis for this is the concern that's been raised in more rural communities and northern communities that there have been some serious concerns about violence or inappropriate use of force when it comes to the execution of their duties. We want to make sure that we've got a top-tier police force that provides security and safety to those communities in a way that's sensitive and understanding of the communities they're serving. I also think what's very important is for Indigenous communities, Indigenous policing. This is an area of deep concern. I think everyone in our country should be safe. You should be able to be safe at home, safe when you go to work, safe if you take public transit, safe for your kids to be able to play in the local playground. And that's something I'm committed to. And the other area that I'm focused on when it comes to public safety is making sure we prevent crime before it happens. And that's why we want to see increased investments in our border security. We saw under the Conservatives, they cut 1,100 border officers in one day. So that prevented our ability to keep our borders safe. That stops those materials from
Mr.
coming
Singh,
into the
that's
country.
time. Not sure it was about the RCMP, but maybe we can get back to that during the open debate segment, which we go to right now. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word on this one. And it sort of dovetails on the last answer you gave, which is you have pledged to be the first prime minister in this country to use the notwithstanding clause, setting aside charter rights of, as you call them, multiple murderers. Why do you think that's necessary?
To be clear, I want to uphold the charter rights of Canadians under Section 7 to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right now, that right is violated by multiple murderers who are given discounts. The case in question was a gentleman who went into a mosque and shot dead 6 innocent worshipers. He got, according to this ruling, only one 25-year sentence, meaning he can be out in his 50s. He only serves 4 years for every murder that he carried out. That is outrageous. And I will use the constitutional powers that are created for this purpose to ensure that mass murderers stay in maximum security penitentiary for life. They will only come out in a box. We will also pass tough new laws that prevent repeat offenders from getting out. If you commit 3 offenses under the 3 strikes law I propose, you will not be allowed out of jail until you prove that you are drug-free, that you are behaved perfectly, and that you've learned an employable skill, and you've served a 10-year sentence. We cannot allow liberal crime and chaos to go on terrorizing our communities. What we need is a real plan for change so that we can bring back the safety and the security that Canadians used to take for granted.
Let me get Mr. Carney to respond to that. Do you think that's an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause of the Charter?
I think that the one of the core responsibilities of the federal government, Prime Minister, is to defend the fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians. And those fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians are outlined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is 43 years old literally today. I think it's a very dangerous slope to override judgments of the Supreme Court of Canada.
Hug a thug.
In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms
Freedom Convoy
exists to protect Canadians.
Freezing Canadians' bank accounts.
People like us
Without due
on the
process.
stage. Politicians who
That was
may
Mark Carney whispering
use their
in the
power
ear of
to
Justin
override
Trudeau.
fundamental rights. And the issue in using by the federal government, I'll stop here, is not where you start, but where will you stop?
Mr. Poilievre, I should get Mr. Poilievre on that. Is it a slippery slope if you use it in this case?
I must say, I would be quite interested too, because Mr. Carney said that he didn't want us to use the notwithstanding clause before adopting a law. And yesterday he said that he felt that it was wrong to use the notwithstanding clause after a law is adopted. So if we cannot use it before and we cannot use it after, it means that Mr. Carney believes that we should never use it. But it is very important. And
Quebec uses it all the time.
Made it clear. The Constitution says how it should be used, but never how or what we will do with it, because it's the prerogative of the provinces. So do you want the Supreme Court to overrule another judgment of the same Supreme Court because you don't like it? Because that would be being the hell of a politician as you define them.
Well, let me just start by saying, first of all, thank you. I just started by saying, let's not let Mr. Poilievre get away with making this ludicrous claim that anyone on this stage thinks that violent crime should get a less severe penalty. Obviously, that is not a special position that he's taking. Everyone agrees that horrible crimes should have horrible sentences. Judges are equipped to do that.
They don't.
So don't let Mr. Poilievre's rhetoric confuse people. Obviously, everyone agrees that if someone does something horrible, they should pay a horrible price for it. There should be appropriate sentence that's put in place by a judge. But what I'm concerned about is all of what Mr. Poilievre is talking about is after the fact. Now, there's heinous things that happen, and there needs to be severe penalties put in place. But we also need to keep communities safe. And that's what my focus is. Well, how do we stop crime before it happens? Much of the violent crime that's committed is committed by illegal handguns and firearms that come across the border. Now, Mr. Poilievre has admitted that as well, that it is illegal handguns and illegal weapons that are used in violent crime. So our plan is, let's stop those illegal weapons getting into our country in the first place. And the way we do that is by having stronger border security officers and having more people on the border. Mr. Pierre Poilievre, when he was in power in the Conservatives, they cut the number of border officers. They reduced the number, weakening our borders.
Keeping an eye on
We
time
can't
here.
trust them
Let's
to
get
do
back
these
to
type of
Mr.
things.
Poilievre on the issue of whether, in using the notwithstanding clause under these circumstances, would be a kind of a slippery slope and encourage politicians to use it more.
No, we will use it to protect the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians. I'm interested in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals. He says that it's dangerous for me to ensure that mass murderers stay behind bars for life. You know what's dangerous? Turning them loose on our streets. I don't think you appreciate, sir, the chaos that is unfolding in communities. In Toronto right now, the police have been forced to tell people to just let the thief steal the car. When they break into the house, just take the keys. Just let them take the keys so that you don't get hurt. People are living in terror in many of our communities precisely because of the catch and release bail law, C-75, which requires judges release the accused at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Every single member of your Liberal caucus and your Liberal cabinet voted in favor of this bill, and they are all determined to keep it in place despite constant promises to the contrary. Mr. Carney, Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That is the right that I'm fighting for a change.
I'm fighting for that as well. And let me be specific about two things that have been raised. The first is with respect to these issues of car theft, home invasion, and I'll use the greater the GTA area where there has been a sharp increase. How do you attack that? You attack it several ways. One, you increase the criminal penalties for that happening, particularly if you're part of a gang, particularly if you use a firearm.
And you will do that?
And we're doing so. We've committed to doing so. You put in place a reverse onus in terms of bail so that it has to be proven that there's not a risk, which we've also committed to. And then you go to what Mr. Singh was talking about, which is we have to reinforce our frontiers. That's why we're committing to an extra 1,000 Canada Border Service agents, an extra 1,000 RCMPs. That's why, as part of the broader fentanyl initiative, where we've added to the RCMP there, we've added drones, we're adding helicopters, we're adding surveillance, and we're going to the other end of the chain with respect to car theft, which is tightening security at the ports. This is what we need. In order to get results, you need to focus at both ends of the chains in the federal government.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose crisis and how this is devastating our communities. We're seeing so many lives being lost. In that, we know that one of the ways to address that is by investing in some of the solutions like mental health services and rehabilitation services. Services keep our communities safe, having access to those good services. Both Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre are proposing cutting government spending and cutting those services. That's not going to make our communities safer. We need to see better investments in rehabilitation services, more investments in mental health. We need to respond to this serious crisis in our country with care and compassion. I met with Moms Stop the Harm, an organization of moms that have lost their children to this opioid overdose crisis. They've literally had their children
Radical
died
drug
because of this.
pushers.
And they're saying we need to do everything possible to save lives, to stop this death from happening. And I think we need to listen to those moms, and that's my commitment.
Ms. Blanchet.
Two things
those
as
moms, but not the
rapidly
rest
as
of the moms.
possible.
Okay.
First, we believe that we should act on crime gangs and organizations, defining them as we do for terrorist organization. We have to protect our kids from the violence of those gangs, from the drugs being sold by those gangs, from the guns and whatever else being stolen, sale, being
sold
by those gangs.
Sold?
And not sold, being, you purchase a thing and selling, sold by those gangs. And we mostly have to protect our kids from being recruited by those gangs, becoming violent at 13 and 14 and 16 years old, because this is the real fear of parents like I am. This is a very dangerous situation. I want to come back to immigration because we said that we would come back to immigration. Do you remember the Century Initiative, a sad memory? Officially, they said that they had not considered Quebec difference. They had not considered Quebec language. They wanted Canada to be a 100 million people country by the end of the century. Mr. Barton told me himself, that he had not even thought about the Quebec difference in that analysis. And one of his closest collaborators is now a close counselor to Mr. Carney, which seems to be part also of that kind of project or ideology. So it is impossible for Canada to have all those people come into Canada. It is impossible for Quebec to receive all those people. And in Quebec, we have the language and values and secularity of the state issue, which is very important. So I say, pause. Let's do things properly. Let's receive migrants in an orderly fashion and successfully as a measure of respect for them also.
Mr. Poilievre, you wanted a word.
I speak to families all the time who are terrified by the scourge of drugs and illegal guns. And we know those guns are not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. So when the Liberals try to ban hunting rifles, they're really going after the wrong people. 90% of guns that come in that are used in crime are smuggled illegally over the porous, Liberal-run borders.
The border,
and that's why
cut
the police.
The border officers.
It's not true, and that's
you
why
literally
the police.
Cut the border officers.
The police
in the
actually,
facts.
if I could, the police actually endorsed me. The police in Barrie, in Peel, in Sault Ste. Marie have all endorsed me because they know that I will go after the gun smugglers and criminals with 2,000 extra frontline border guards that will stop the guns from coming in.
Now you want to hire
but unlike the Liberals and NDP, I will not ban hunting rifles. The Liberals want to protect. I want to protect Canadians from criminals. The Liberals want to protect turkeys from hunters. I think we know which one makes most sense.
Carney, quick intervention, Mr. Carney, and then I got a question for each of you before this segment's out.
Okay. We absolutely fully support hunting and rights of hunters and Indigenous Canadians. But I want to raise an issue, which is a serious issue, talking about safety. There are people, we're in Montreal, in Toronto, across this country, who fear going to their synagogue, fear going to their community center, fear taking their children, leaving their children in school. And this has to stop. This is it's totally unacceptable. So what we're proposing is to make it a criminal offense to threaten or to impede anyone from being near or going to their place of worship, their school, their community center. This, it pains me that when we have to do it, because this is not what we should be doing as Canadians, of course, but we will put that in place.
Let me get,
and this is a fundamental issue with respect
let me
to
get
any
10 seconds from each of you before this segment's out on what you perceive to be the biggest security threat to Canada right now. 10 seconds each. Mr. Poilievre.
The physical security threat to our country is the rampant crime wave that is running out of control. After the last decade, we had a 116% increase in gun crime. We need to lock up the criminals.
I got to hold you to 10 seconds. Mr. Carney?
Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh?
Biggest security threat, illegal guns and drugs coming across the border, and cuts to services that would make our public safety and security even worse.
Last word to Monsieur Blanchet.
The fact that neither Quebec or Canada is able to protect itself and that we are still dependent and entirely dependent on Americans to protect us.
Okay, that is the end of that section. Gentlemen, up next, energy and climate.
Improving pipelines, getting things built, unleashing production.
We are unlocking major infrastructure projects, including in conventional energy, oil and gas.
We are speaking thousands of dollars a year for each family to pay for the damages of climate change.
We can absolutely build important projects like an east-west energy grid.
Energy and climate change. I know how much all of you love talking about pipelines, so here we go. Mr. Singh, to you first. Should Canada build new pipelines to get our oil and gas to market?
Well, it's not an approach I favor with public money. There's not any projects that are on the table, so it's not a specific project to look at.
We tried that.
I favor, when it comes to the environment, building an east-west energy grid that connects low-cost energy and allows for families to reduce their electricity costs. But let's put this all in context. We're talking about what our energy solutions are in the context of a climate crisis. And we're not just talking about a climate crisis in the far future. We're living it right now.
Right now.
I remember I met a mom a couple of years ago before I had kids who told me she was worried about taking her kids out on some days because of the forest fires in BC. It meant that it was unsafe for kids to go outdoors. Fast forward to when I became a parent just a couple of years after that, and I literally worry about the same thing. The forest fires we saw a couple of years ago meant that many places that didn't see this before saw days where there was such smoke in the air that it was dangerous for kids.
Because Liberals neglected it for years.
Forest fires, heat domes, floods impacting us. We've got to do everything we can.
Thank you, Mr.
Singh.
Singh. That's time. Mr. Polyev, where
clearing
does
brush.
fighting climate change land on your list of priorities when it comes to expanding energy opportunities in this country?
It lands within our priorities of bringing home jobs while bringing down emissions around the world. Look, the reality is that if we push production out of our country to more polluting countries, it actually makes the problem worse. But that has been exactly the Liberal approach with the anti-development law C-69, blocking of 15 LNG export plants over the last 10 years. We have seen more of those jobs go abroad. I want to bring them home. My plan will be to approve, for example, natural gas liquefaction and export. If we sent our gas to India, for example, to displace half of their demand for electricity, we could reduce emissions by 2.5 billion tons, which is 3 times the total emissions of Canada. That's the way we bring emissions down and jobs up. It's common sense, and now it's time to bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. The next question is for Mr. Carney. How would your government fast-track pipelines and mining projects while also following the Supreme Court decision that requires consent of Indigenous communities?
Well, I think the first thing, and this goes back a bit to where we started, which is recognizing that we are in a crisis. We need to act with maximum force, and having a process and a consultation, but a consultation with a purpose, which is to identify those projects, those investments of national interest that are really going to move the dial in terms of growth, jobs, energy security, while being consistent with long-term competitiveness, which necessarily means lower carbon. And so part of that process is ensuring that First Nations, Indigenous peoples, are there from the start. It also includes their ability to participate fully in those projects. And that's why, and I can tell, like, you've got to tell on when I've gone on too long, so I'll finish up, which is, that's why we're doubling, our proposal is to double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program to $10 billion. What does that actually mean? It means an ability for them to invest equity in those projects and be full partners. Thank you.
My tell is my clock, and my clock is at 0, so that's how it goes. Monsieur Blanchet, do you still oppose pipeline construction in Quebec, even though a majority of Quebecers now apparently say they support it?
We will know about that when we have held the debate about that, which has not begun yet. We are just beginning it. First, we are hearing very creative numbers, and we are being fed nonsense. And we will be back to it in a few minutes. But energy, trade, commerce is from south to north or north to south. And it's true in Quebec also. In a little more than 3 years, Donald Trump won't be in office. And there will be not one more pipeline having been built once we get there. So let's be serious, responsible, and we will be back with the numbers. We don't want to pay in Quebec for such monstrosities, which will provide us with nothing.
We now move to open debate, and you all will get a chance, or have had a chance, to get the first shot at this. And Monsieur Blanchet, it is your turn to get the first shot. Canada has a substantial supply of critical minerals, which are in high demand. Are you in favor of allowing these minerals to be mined?
Of course, it has to be done properly. Quebec has probably the most important clean phosphate reserves in North America. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it is very important. It has to be exploited. This is the best way to use Paul Saguenay as an infrastructure that we need. We have lithium. Everybody needs lithium. Transportation has to be taken from oil to
Lithium,
clean energy. This is what we want to be working on. It is part of the specificities, specifics of Quebec economy. So we are in favor of that, but we don't want to pay for the $30 billion which have been spent on oil and gas by the Liberals last year. It's $7 billion from Quebec. We don't want to pay for the $40 billion which have been spent by the Liberals on Trans Mountain. It's $9 billion from Quebec. Those are $16 billion of which not $1 has been spent in Quebec to develop a lot more power and wealth for Quebecers with our own money.
We need to let the leader of the Liberals respond.
Well, actually, I was going to pick up on the enormous opportunity that exists in Quebec, exists in Ontario, exists in the north of Canada, really exists across this great nation in terms of critical metals and minerals. We are have one of the biggest resources in this country. And it's not just an enormous economic opportunity, it is a strategic opportunity for Canada. So we have to make a decision, not just to develop it, but how do we develop it and who are our partners for it? Do we become more dependent on the United States, which is what they want? By the way, President Trump this week said he might put a tax on critical metals and minerals, just showing again
the
unreliable.
If
I may, and so the discussions
to negotiate.
If I may finish.
Let's let him finish.
Let me finish. So the opportunity includes in Europe and includes in Asia as our partners. Last point. In order to get it done, we'll put in place a first and last mile fund. So these projects are connected to road and rail so they can go quickly to market. And we will have all of the other fast tracking measures in place that I talked about earlier in terms of capital, timing, approvals, so that we can move quickly, we can be stronger at home.
Always with
Mr.
the approval of
I
Mr.
think
Singh has the floor.
we should absolutely take advantage of the fact that we've got incredible amounts of critical minerals in our country. And the way we do that is with any energy project or any project of this nature, make sure it's got the local community buy-in. It creates good jobs in communities, make sure we are meeting all our environmental needs, and we work with Indigenous partnership. And so I absolutely agree with that. I want to build on something Mr. Blanchet mentioned about the investments that this country has made. What I found very troubling is that the past number of years, the Liberal government record is one where we have spent the most subsidies compared to any other country in the G7 on subsidizing oil and gas. These are highly profitable companies. I think that's the wrong thing to do. We fought against it again and again.
No, you voted
and then
for
the
it
Liberals have continued to do it. And so my question really to Mr. Carney is, will you commit to ending oil and gas subsidies? We should be using that to invest in people, not giving it to highly profitable oil and gas companies.
Yeah, we talked. I promised Mr. Polyev the next. We'll come back and get that question answered. Mr. Polyev.
Well, Mr. Carney, you point out that Donald Trump has a wrong-headed idea of putting a tax on our mines and our industry. And that is wrong. But so do you. You want to apply a massive industrial carbon tax on Canadian mines, Canadian steel mills, Canadian aluminum plants,
You want to let them
Canadian oil and gas plants. And your idea is to double the tax that Trump is applying by hitting them a second time. This will do nothing for the environment. It will actually ship our jobs south of the border, just
plan is
like President Trump wants. My plan is to bring that production home here to Canada. For example, I will give a tax credit to low-emitting Canadian industry like Quebec's aluminum, for example, or British Columbia's natural gas, so that we not only bring home the production, but we do it below global average levels of emissions, so that we actually help the environment while bringing home the jobs for our people
we have to let him
at the same time. That is a sensible, pragmatic approach that puts us in charge of our economic destiny so we can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change.
Mr. Carney, we've got. Hang on a second. I want to give you a chance to speak to Mr. Singh's criticism about oil and gas subsidies and Mr. Poilievre's criticism about the industrial carbon tax.
Okay, I'm going to make 3 points. I'll make 4 if you want me to respond to that, but I want to make 3. The first is that I answered this question last night, but I think the puck had already dropped in the Canadians game, so not everyone heard it. Yes, end to oil and gas subsidies.
That's why you need New Democrats.
Secondly, I would have done it independently. Secondly, recognizing that the biggest component of that was the cost of building Keystone. Keystone, which is the pipeline which has helped to increase oil and gas oil exports rather by 50% in this country. That is an asset of the people of Canada. We own it. And the question of what to do it. So it's not a subsidy that has disappeared, it's actually an asset of Canada. The third point, though, in terms of where the oil and gas industry, particularly the oil industry, wants to and needs to go, which is to become low carbon in the production and transportation of oil. One of the big projects we need to move forward with is carbon capture and storage, the Pathways project, so that we have oil and gas that is competitive, not just today, 10 years from now and 20 years from now, as the world uses less. We want to have more market share. We need to do
Mr.
that.
Carney,
My government will move that.
But by definition, a subsidy isn't when we buy a pipeline. I'm talking about subsidies that go to oil and gas companies. Independent, separate from the country, oil and gas companies. That's what I'm talking about.
The figure you quoted last night included the cost of the pipeline.
Do you want to address
billions
his
of
point?
dollars we're spending. We got to stop spending.
Sorry, can we get you to address his point about the industrial carbon tax?
How much will the industrial carbon tax add to the price of a car?
So the first thing I want to say is we have, I'm going to address the broader point. Broader point is the entire absence of a climate plan from Mr. Poilievre, which, by the way, is
because it's a scam.
Our industry and our country at a disadvantage as we're looking for new trading partners. Guess what? Most people want to deepen our partnership in Europe, in Asia. Those countries care about whether or not you've made progress. Second thing is, we're designing a program so that the big polluters pay Canadians at home for making responsible climate choices, for retrofitting their home, getting their emissions down, or improving otherwise. And that is smart climate policy. It's better for the big polluters and it's better for Canadians.
Chair Poilievre.
What?
Mr. Carney didn't answer my question. I asked how much would an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel add to the price of a car. He won't answer because he knows that it will be very expensive because there's lots of steel in cars. Now, Mr. Carney has temporarily
But do you know the answer?
hidden the
You don't know the
carbon
answer
tax.
either. You're just
It's
throwing out random
thousands of
questions.
dollars
making it up, though. You don't
extra
know.
costs.
Okay, let's let him
I actually do know the answer to that question. He's wrong.
When you add taxes to steel, you raise the price of everything that uses steel. When you add taxes
to argument to say, do you know the price?
when you add
the
the carbon tax onto the price of, for example, fertilizer, you increase the price of food. So while Mr. Carney has temporarily hidden the Liberal carbon tax at the pumps while keeping the tax fully in law and planning to raise it after the election, he's also going after a tax on our industry that will ultimately be passed on to you. After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a new government that will fully axe the carbon tax, increase the jobs that we have here in Canada, and bring down your cost of living.
We've got just a little over 3 minutes left in this segment. So, Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, do you think climate change is still a priority from Canadians? You're out there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. You speak to any young person and they think, we're seeing climate crisis in front of us happening right now. You speak to seniors, you say, we used to be able to live in our homes without air conditioning, and now we're seeing heat crises in communities that never had worries about extreme weather. We're seeing flooding, we're seeing forest fires like never before.
That never happened
living
before.
in a climate crisis. So Canadians are absolutely worried about it. As soon as we come into a summer, we start seeing those forest fires again. It's top of mind for Canadians because they're living it, they're seeing it. And I want those Canadians to know, Mr. Carney is not going to end those fossil fuel subsidies unless I'm there to fight back. Mr. Poilievre wants to let big polluters pollute as much as they want, poison our beautiful land, our water, and air. He wants to let them dump into our oceans. I'm going to fight back and defend our environment.
Monsieur Blanchet, on the issue of whether or not people still care about climate change.
I think people should be kept very informed about climate change because we are in a very strange denial situation about climate change, which still exists and is very expensive. And I'm sorry to crash your party, guys, but you are telling fairy tales. Clean oil and gas is a fairy tale. Large-scale carbon sequestration, sorry, I'm French, is a fairy tale. It does not exist. If Alberta wanted to exploit oil and gas and it were not a matter of pollution, I wouldn't mind at all. That's their business. Our own powerhouse in terms of energy in Quebec is clean energy. We are the best place in the world to achieve that. Our market
Also
is
the most expensive. Yeah.
northeastern part, Democrat part of United States. We want to keep our money to create wealth in Quebec for Quebecers.
Let me give
us
Mr.
be different because we can afford
Monsieur
to be
Blanchet,
different.
let me give. I will get to you because I said I would. But you've taken a couple of hits here, and I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things that people on this side of the stage have said.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we do support protecting the environment. We want to ban the dumping of raw sewage into our waters. We want to hold large corporations to high environmental standards to protect our water and air. But we cannot do that by raising taxes and sending jobs overseas, as Mr. Carney is proposing to do. That has been the approach of the last 10 years of the Liberal government. What the biggest companies that develop our resources say is that we need to repeal the Liberal anti-development law C-69, a law Mr. Carney wants to keep in place. They say we need to repeal the industrial carbon tax and get rid of the Liberal energy cap. We need 6 months approvals in order to take back energy security and energy sovereignty.
We can summarize that. He wants to conclude as much as
Mr.
possible.
Carney, hang on. Last word to
independent
Mr. Carney in this segment, please.
Thank you very much. You know, I was born in Fort Smith in the Northwest Territories, just north of what the oil sands became. When I was born and when I was growing up in Edmonton, early days, it was a fairy tale, quote unquote. But you know what happened? Canadian ingenuity, Canadian engineers, Canadian governments, both the federal government and the Alberta government got together and converted this.
The worst pollution
if I may,
in the world.
If I may.
The worst pollution
may I finish?
in the
May I
world.
finish? May I
10 more seconds to finish, please. Let him finish his point.
That's the opportunity we have. That's the opportunity we have in carbon capture. That's the opportunity we have in small modular reactors. That's the opportunity we have in hydrogen beyond. This country can be a clean energy superpower. My government will help deliver it.
And that is time for this segment. Gentlemen, let us go to our final theme, which is called Leading in a Crisis.
Canadians know how to weather a storm. Canadians know how to get through a difficult time.
If, at the end of the day, we end up with the balance of power, Quebec is safer than it could be in any other scenario.
Now is not a time for weakness. Now is the time to take back control.
Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves.
Okay, leading in a crisis is a pretty broad theme that allows us to explore many different avenues here. So let's get to it. Mr. Carney, you get the first question this time. We haven't balanced a budget in this country in 17 years, and 10 of those years were under your party. You have pledged to get us to a balanced budget in 3 years. Question is, how?
So let me put this in the context of leading in a crisis, which is, in a crisis, you got to plan for the worst. Worse is that the U.S. actually does want to take us over. Secondly, you got to have a plan to build, and that'll include a fiscal plan, and I will get to that in a second. The third thing is you need to respond in a crisis with overwhelming force. You need to think big. You need to move rapidly. The things we've been discussing today are a subset of what we can and should do as a nation, and we can deliver. And government can play a role, but its role has to be catalytic. And so our approach is that we will slow the rate of spending. It's been growing at 9% a year, operational spending, program spending, away from transfers, individual, 9% a year. We'll slow that to 2%. We will focus on a small amount of capital spending by the federal government in order to drive enormous private investment up to $500 billion by 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Carney.
Lining his friends' pockets,
Ukraine
no doubt.
surely constitutes a crisis.
Brookfield.
Leading in a time of crisis. Mr. Poilievre, question for you. If the United States withholds support from Ukraine going forward, do you believe Canada should commit more to assist?
I believe we should continue to support Ukraine. Our party supported donating missiles that the Canadian military was decommissioning. We supported funds and other armaments to back the Ukrainians in the defense of their sovereignty. We also need to rebuild our own Canadian military because the Russians want to make incursions into our waters. We'll be buying 4 massive Arctic icebreakers. I'll be opening the first Arctic base since the Cold War in Canada, CFB Iqaluit. We're going to double the size of the Arctic Rangers and fill the vacancies in our Canadian armed forces. We need a change to rebuild our military, which has been so disintegrated under the cuts and the mismanagement of the last 10 years. But we can have a change because we have the best soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the world, and they will have full backing from my government if you give me the honor of becoming Prime Minister.
I may come back to that one in the open forum because I'm not sure we got an answer about Ukraine on that one, but okay. Going on. Monsieur Blanchet.
The answer was yes.
We'll get more details, perhaps, as we go forward. Monsieur Blanchet, given the U.S. trade war, should any talk of a referendum on Quebec independence be put on pause?
That one is easy. It will happen only after the negotiation is over, and that's a good thing. I want to say I support the idea we must help Ukraine, but we also must help the civilians of Gaza, and we must destroy Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. You know what? I don't want to be the leader of Canada. You will understand that. I don't want to be Prime Minister. But I can offer to be a partner, a responsible partner, a collaborative partner. If Quebec is respected in its differences, in its aluminum industry and lumberwood industry and culture and French language and values of secularity of the state, which is the price to be paid in order to have real equality, then if we are respected, we will be a partner, and then even Canada will be stronger in its negotiation against Donald Trump. This is what I am offering. Respect us.
Mr. Singh, I watched last night's debate. You seemed very eager to talk about healthcare, so let's talk a little more healthcare right now. You have made many promises on healthcare. If a province says to you, we'll take your money for healthcare, but not your conditions on how to spend it, what do?
We've got to negotiate. We can't be giving away money without clear conditions. We're in a healthcare crisis right now, and a crisis that is hurting people across this country. People are waiting desperately in line in emergency rooms for hours and hours. Seniors are waiting for years and years to get the care that they need for surgeries that would remove pain or help them deal with mobility issues. We're in a serious crisis. Healthcare workers are burnt out. They are overstretched. And what we're seeing is more and more privatization, and that is hurting our public universal healthcare system. So we've got to fight back against it. We cannot allow our public money to go to a for-profit private clinic lining the pockets of a rich CEO or investors instead of going towards care. We need to make sure that we are investing in solutions where care gets to people, not profiting those at the very top. And so that's my commitment. I'm going to fight to make sure we defend our healthcare against the threats of Americanization and privatization.
Okay, we now go to open forum debate, and perhaps, Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word here. This might be a good time to put a little more flesh on the bone of what you think Canada could do for Ukraine if the U.S. backs out.
Yes, and my answer is that we should continue to support Ukraine. We don't need to follow the Americans in everything they do. When they're wrong, then we will stand on our own and with other allies. And with respect to Ukraine, that of course includes support with intelligence, equipment, armaments, but it also includes defunding Putin. Right now, Vladimir Putin has a monopoly on the European energy market because, frankly, the Liberals blocked exports of Canadian natural gas off the Atlantic coast. They've blocked multiple projects. I would rapidly approve those projects on national security grounds so that we can actually ship Canadian natural gas over to Europe, break European dependence on Putin, defund the war, and turn dollars for dictators back into paychecks for our people.
Mr. Carney, you wanted to add?
Well, I want to go to the situation in Ukraine because it's very important. We've been Canada has been a steadfast ally, and Canadians have stepped up, welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and supporting them in other ways. In my first month as Prime Minister, we joined the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine as the U.S. stepped back. So led by France, the United Kingdom, with Ukraine, number European nations, Australia, ourselves, New Zealand. That's an example of how the new world is going to be. Canada participating in these areas and helping. It also means open trade. Mr. Poilievre voted against free trade agreement with Ukraine. It means aid for Ukraine. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut foreign aid, including for Ukraine, or not. He didn't mention support for aid for Ukraine. We have to stand by them. We have to be there, and this government has been.
Mr. Singh.
New Democrats absolutely support standing with Ukraine, and will continue to do that. But I appreciate the opportunity in talking about leadership in crisis, talk about many of the crises that we're up against. And one of the crises we're up against in our country, with the threat of Donald Trump, with the threat of the trade war, and with the privatization and Americanization of our healthcare system, is the healthcare system. And what we have learned today, Mr. Carney mentioned slowing operation spending. That's a cut to services. He said his plan. He has a plan to balance the operating budget within 3 years. That's going to require massive cuts to spending. We calculated that at $43 billion in cuts. In fact, Rosemary Barton, when he was on the show on February 16th, he said he would cut spending. He said it would be in operations. He defined it as transfers in health. And finally, longtime Liberal and former House Leader Karina Gould said that Mr. Carney's plans would mean massive cuts. That's the only way to achieve it. So, Mr. Carney, do you think it is leadership to cut healthcare at a time when it is in crisis? I think it is wrong. We can't do that.
We will not cut transfers for healthcare. We will not cut healthcare spending, full stop.
But
we'll
Mr.
have
Carney,
a detail, if I may.
Who do we believe, Mr. Carney today, or the one he spoke on Rosemary Barton's show on February 16th? The one that repeated again that he would cut spending? Who do we believe?
If I may. Consistently said, we'll preserve all transfers to the provinces, including the increases. We will preserve all the transfers to individuals, I won't detail them all, but there. So we're looking at addressing an operational spend, which is about $150 billion. We will address that. We will make it more efficient, and we will do it in 3 years, and we'll balance that budget.
Monsieur Blanchet. I am 6 minutes behind Mr. Carney, so I will speak a little bit longer. First, I will support any initiative which will bring Canada aligned with Europe and NATO in order to be stronger and facing new threats. Good. I believe that 2% won't be enough. I'm not more in favor of war than anybody else, but we have responsibilities, and our main ally is removing himself from the stage. So we have to step up. We have to do our part. I want to go somewhere else entirely, however. I want to ask Mr. Carney, if we're speaking about leadership here, if Quebec and Canada were to say, you are not being given a majority government, there will be more conservatives than you would like, maybe more New Democrats than you would like, and more people from the bloc than you would like. Will you accept, because you don't seem to be very eager about that, to deal with people which basically are more experienced than you are, as legitimate as you are, and would be more representative altogether than you would be being alone in your little kingdom? And I want also to propose to you all guys that 1 week after the election, we all meet, whatever the result, and we start dealing with this crisis together, because this is what people, either they are from Alberta or Quebec or wherever, this is what people expect from us.
Mr. Carney, is that something you could get behind?
I look forward to meeting with everyone. You're welcome to come, Steve, if you'd like. Week after
but
also,
that's not very respectful.
No, but I'm
respectful.
I'm coming. On peut jaser un peu. Okay, I come to the core. Yeah, okay. I'll come to the core. Look, in a crisis, yes, you need a team, and you need to bring the country along with you. So what I did in the first week was
went to Europe
to bring the premiers together, meet with all the Indigenous leaders, and move forward in that context. Now, the question is, who's going to lead out of this? Whoever leads out of this, if I may, Mr. Blanchet, thank you. Whoever's going to lead out of this is going to need to work with all the provinces, work with Labour, work with Indigenous leaders, work with all Canadians to bring them forward in a united front. And if I make this last point, one of the things that has happened, which is a credit to those people at home, is that Canadians are coming together. And it's our responsibility to meet the strength of Canadian unity.
Still lagging. I have one small point to make. Yep. You will be elected, if you are elected, in the parliament where there are other leaders. I don't know if he called you, or Mr. Poilievre, I don't know if he called you, but before yesterday, you have not spoken to me once, even if I proposed it so many times.
Butthurt.
But you say, I speak to provinces' leaders. You're not elected in provinces. You are in a parliament where people are to make decisions which might not always suit you, but this is democracy, which you don't know too much about.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what the clock is saying, and you brought up Gaza earlier, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing your views on the other major international crisis facing the world right now.
Before we get that, just to finish up on the healthcare, I just want to speak to healthcare workers right now who are deeply worried about the status of our healthcare system, to Canadians who believe and love our universal public healthcare system, to patients who are stressed out. If you're worried about which Mr. Carney to believe, the one today or the one who spoke on previous shows and said he would cut, vote for New Democrats, and we will fight to defend our healthcare.
I think your supporters would really like to hear what you have to say about this question, and we have less than 5 minutes for it here. What role should Canada play in the other major international crisis in this world, in the Middle East and the war in Gaza? Pierre Poilievre, would you start us off on that? What role can Canada play?
Well, first of all, we must condemn Hamas, and more importantly, the terror sponsors in Tehran who initiated the attacks, the horrific attacks of October 7th. We need to defeat the terrorists so that all the peoples of the world can live in peace and defend the right of, yes, Palestinians to have their own lives free from the oppression of Hamas dictators and Iranian intervention, while Israel has the ability to live in freedom and peace. But I also want to say, we need to get back to the Canadian tradition, which is that when people come to this country, they leave foreign conflicts behind. The rampaging riots targeting Jewish communities is utterly unacceptable, and it points to the growing chaos that we see on our streets after 10 years of incredibly irresponsible liberal policies, of weak borders, of dividing people into groups, of saying one thing to one group and the opposite to another, dividing and conquering. We must end that division and unite our people so that everyone feels safe, and that when we come here, we put our foreign conflicts behind and we put Canada first.
Mr. Singh, come from countries from around the world, and they care deeply about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of Palestinians has been frankly disgusting. Your treatment of people who provide care and service for people in Gaza has been disgusting. On top of that, people in Israel and in Palestine deserve to live in peace and security. And Mr. Carney, to date, you've not acknowledged that what's going on in Gaza is now clearly become a genocide. It's important to call things out as they are, and you've not done that.
Mr. Carney.
We need to work, to go to your question, we need to work with our international partners, maximum pressure, maximum encouragement for an immediate ceasefire. That's the first thing. Encourage the return of all of the hostages. Resumption of humanitarian aid. My government put in place $100 million of humanitarian aid, which is ready to go. With respect to where this ultimately goes, yes, two-state solution, but it has to be a viable and free Palestinian state, living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. I will underscore one other thing. Mr. Poilievre rightly mentioned Iran, the Iranian sponsors in this region. We have to be clear-eyed about the fundamental risks of Iran and do everything with our international partners to check it and turn it.
Mr. Blanchet.
If we are to work together, we will have to be consistent. The Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is harassed by a very little minority of radical Islamists. And we don't do so much. The law in Canada says that somebody may invite people to be violent, to propose genocide against another people, if they can be hidden behind a religious motivation. They are in agreement with that, they are in agreement with that, they are in agreement with that. And we say it is a crime to invite people to violence and killing other people. And this is what is being done very often in Canada and Quebec with the approval of the Criminal Code of Canada. And we are saying this has to be changed. We have to change what we do before we want people elsewhere to change what they do.
Last minute in the segment, Mr. Poilievre.
This is about crises and leadership. And one crisis we have is in immigration. Because of this Liberal government's commitment to a radical policy called the Century Initiative, which seeks to bring our population up to 100 million people, they have allowed massive overcrowding in our communities. that has caused housing shortages, job
Don't
shortages,
blame immigration
and
for
healthcare
the
shortages.
fault of your government.
And if I could,
the fact that you did
sorry,
not
I
invest
didn't
in
interrupt
housing,
you. I did not
built
interrupt
6
you,
homes.
sir. I did
That's
not
wrong.
interrupt you.
Don't
It is-
blame
I do not
people.
blame.
You're
If I could,
failures.
Let him finish.
I do not blame immigrants. I blame the Liberal government, which brought this policy on. And Mr. Carney wants to continue with the Century Initiative. This is crazy. We have to get back to normal levels of immigration, get rid of the fraud in the temporary immigration system, and ensure that the people who come here can arrive in numbers that we can house, employ, and care for. That's how it always was, and that's how we're going to restore
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Polyev. That is our time for this segment. Those are our 5 themes, but we are not done yet. We are entering the next section of our debate tonight, what we're calling the leader's choice, something a little bit different. Each of you will get the chance to ask a question, any question, of any other leader. You can then debate the answer, and each one on one will last for 3 minutes. So, Mr. Singh, you have the first option here. Who do you want to ask your question of?
Mr. Carney.
Go for it.
Mr. Carney, as chair of Brookfield Investments, your company is one of the biggest tax dodgers in Canada. As chair, you approved decisions where Brookfield Investments bought up affordable homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rates. As Prime Minister, one of the first things you did was a tax cut that helped out mostly millionaires. And you have a plan to cut services for people. Now, I expect that of Mr. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. That's very much a conservative plan. But my concern is that doesn't sound like what people want for a Liberal leader. So my question to you is, Mr. Carney, whose side are you really on?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Singh. I'm on the side of Canadians. I'm in this for Canadians. I work for Canadians.
But your track record doesn't show that, though.
No, I have a track record of public service for this country. Go back to something Mr. Blanchet referenced earlier, which is have I resolved any crises? We're in Quebec. If you ask anyone in the finance industry, if you ask anyone in government in Quebec in 2008, they'll know that I resolved the biggest crisis in Quebec. Yeah,
you won't have fun.
Good, but
60 million.
But I'm in fairness with Mr.
This is
Singh.
for these two.
Mr. Singh. Yes, I have had a long career in the private sector. I'm proud of that career. I've always acted with integrity, and it brings me with experience that I can apply
no one's
in this
questioning your
moment,
integrity,
moment
sir.
of crisis.
And you certainly have served the country. But the problem is, who have you served? You've served to benefit those at the very top. You jacked up the price of homes for people living in affordable homes as a strategic decision. You dodged taxes. And then your decisions as Prime Minister show you're not prioritizing people, but you're prioritizing big business, billionaires.
So what have we done as a government directly? So we've gone directly to workers using all of our proceeds from the tariffs, committing all of them for workers, the workers most affected in industries.
The employment insurance isn't
unlike others, unlike others who plan to use them to cut taxes. We are focused on
the EI is not high enough, though. You have to accept that. Right now,
there will be additional programs. I am fully confident that the next government, whatever government is formed, or certainly if I'm in the next government, we will make additional programs.
But you didn't do that so far, though.
Well, I can't. You couldn't. Well, you couldn't, given that we're in an election process.
Could have increased the amount, though.
May I make a core point here, if I may, which is that when you think about workers here today and people watching at home, particularly younger people, there is an enormous opportunity in the trades, in the skilled trades. We are going to build this country in a way that has not been seen before. We are literally talking about hundreds of thousands, not jobs, but careers in the trade. And that's why we're investing in apprenticeships and mid-career.
But I think people are worried, Mr. Carney, if New Democrats aren't there to force Liberals to make sure they remember about people they will forget.
Gentlemen, that is time. Thank you for that. Monsieur Blanchet, you have the next question. To whom would you like to put it?
Mr. Carney, you avoided quite I would say skillfully, the questions of Mr. Singh. But first,
Carney getting called out.
Let me correct something. In 2008,
Blanchett has gone hard on him.
Not so much by your decision. $10 billion were given to car industry in Ontario, while 60 millions, not billions of dollars, were lent to lumberwood throughout the whole of Canada. I don't believe that's the right way to manage a crisis, since you did not recoup the money from the car industry. Then, You have been the manager of Brookfield. It's supposed to be a green investment fund. But we now know that 50% of the investments of Brookfield is in fossil fuel. It's not so green. You seem to want to support oil and gas industry. That's interesting. You want to support prefab housing, and it's also in the investments of Brookfield, but not in Canada. You want to support nuclear power, smaller reactors, which are more dangerous, by the way, and Brookfield has investments in Westinghouse. You have hidden the money of Brookfield in Bermuda and Cayman Island, $30 billion. Billions of dollars lost for Canada. You are having your taxes being paid by families, workers, elders in Canada and Quebec instead of paying your own taxes. So I want to know, will you, before the election, reveal all the details of your assets, as Mr. Singh has done, as Mr. Poiliev has done, and as I have done? We have a right to know under those circumstances.
Let's let him answer.
Will you?
Well, the first thing is, I'll say a word about Brookfield. This is a Canadian success story. It is the largest infrastructure investor and developer in the world. It is one of the largest, if not the largest, developer of renewable power in the world. And who benefits from that? That's Canadian pensioners. That's Quebec pensioners. That is teachers. That firefighters. It is a series of people, including individuals on this stage, benefit from that. Now,
yeah, you.
You,
always
mostly
acted
you.
with integrity. Served the shareholders of Brookfield when I was there. I have left that. I have followed all the rules well in advance.
So let's
I have followed
reveal
all
your
the
assets.
rules
Yes.
well in
Let's
advance.
reveal your assets like we all did.
And working for the people of Canada.
What do you own?
Well, he's
One
not
at a
gonna.
time,
Tell
gentlemen.
Canadians and
That is
Quebecers
time.
what you own.
Monsieur Blanchet, we're moving on to Mr. Poiliev now, who has his opportunity to ask the question of whomever he'd like here, and that will be?
Mr. Carney. But if I could
Look him
begin by setting the stage. The choice in this election is, after a lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb, do we want to elect them to a fourth term? Or do we want to change?
True.
Change so that you can afford food and homes. Change so that you can be safe on your street, and change so that your paycheck grows faster than your cost of living. Change with a new Conservative government. Because Mr. Carney is not change. Mr. Carney, in 2020, it was recorded, you began advising Justin Trudeau. It's still on the Liberal Party website today that you are Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. They might want to update your website on that. On June 3rd of 2021, you said that inflation would be a sign of economic progress. And you advised governments, including Justin Trudeau's, your Liberal government, to print money, which led to the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now, that means that mothers went to bed with empty fridges and empty bank accounts, worried how they'd feed their kids, that seniors worried they'd be evicted from their homes, that young people believed they'd never be able to own a home in the first place. Now, in retrospect, you look back on the Liberal decisions that you advised Justin Trudeau to take. Will you look at the camera in the eye and apologize to the many people who suffered as a result of the inflationary policies that you advised Justin Trudeau to implement?
It's...
Yes or no?
I said earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying you were his economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that advice.
It's on the Liberal Party website.
I'm sorry.
What?
Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role? Because it says today you can go to the Liberal Party website now, and it says that you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor.
The way you judge someone, in my view, is how they act, what they do when they have responsibility. Twice I was a central bank governor. And in both cases, if I may, in both cases when I was responsible for inflation was less than 2%. I'll add that when I was here responsible for the Bank of Canada, inflation was less than 2%. Our dollar was at parity. That is the kind of success that I can deliver for this country coming out of this crisis. And what is at stake here?
You were the
What is at
economic
stake here?
advisor
What is
to
at
Justin
stake
Trudeau
here?
that gave
If
us
we
the worst
bring it back, if I
inflation
may bring
that
it
we
back,
have had in a generation, because the
Could I
policies
bring it
that you
back? Could I
implemented
bring
and
it
those
back?
of the MPs that are
I am
still
going to bring
in
it
your
back
ministry.
to the
fellow Canadians,
crisis which
the last 10 years has been about the Liberals. The next 10 years should be about you.
And that's time. Mr. Carney, good news is the next question is yours.
Well, I'm going to ask myself a question.
Oh, the narcissism.
Actually, I'm going to ask a question which has been troubling me. And it's troubling me because, we are in a very dangerous and divided world.
Who is it to?
I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Poilievre. Why not? We're in a dangerous and divided world. We talked earlier about the challenges in the Middle East, the threats from Iran, threats from Russia, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have the threats from China, which I raised. We have the United States, which is fundamentally changing its security relationships, its commercial relationships. We have all this. And in the context of that, everyone on this stage, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Singh, myself, we have our top secret security clearance. We have our top secret security clearance. I got mine within 3 weeks. It wasn't hard.
This is
But
like
I felt it
the
was important
oldest
that I had
question.
it so I could be in a position to be informed about that dangerous world and take decisions that. And Mr. Poilievre, it is now 950 days, if my numbers are right, since you've had the opportunity to get your top secret security clearance, and you've refused. Why?
Well, first of all, I have got my security clearance when I was a minister. I got top secret clearance at the time, so there's no problem getting that. But when the government made this recent offer, they said that if I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke freely about matters of foreign interference. Now, given that Canada has experienced Chinese interference by Beijing, the government of China, in 2 consecutive elections, I needed to do my job to speak freely without fear of prosecution. And that was not something I would be allowed to do. Even Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, said that when he was the leader of the opposition, he never would have accepted the kind of gag order that your government and Mr. Trudeau's government was attempting to impose on me. And it's good that I'd made that decision, because it has allowed me to speak freely about things like the case where one of your candidates, sir, actually said that he wanted to send a political opponent to China under a bounty threatening his life or imprisonment, and you refused to get rid of him. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that you went to China not long ago to get a $250 million loan for your company.
You think?
But the reality is, you refused to stand up for a Canadian who was being threatened by a foreign government, and I was able to speek freely on that matter because I refused the gag order that the Liberal government attempted to impose on me.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. I think people at home have seen a robust debate here, and it's been a robust campaign, and it has not stopped Mr. Blanchet or Mr. Singh at times during his campaign by making challenges with respect to these issues. So one can address it. I will observe, as someone with the top secret security clearance, that China is not the only country that is accused of foreign interference. And
gentlemen, that is time
we'll leave
for
it
this
at
segment. That's our time. Now, closing statements are still a few minutes down the road, so we have a little bit of time for some quick hit Q&As for each of you right now. Short questions, 45 seconds, please, on the answers, and we're going to go left to right as I look at you right now. Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question. To the best of my knowledge, you have not offered a hard timeline, as the other parties have, to meet Canada's NATO commitment of 2% spending on defense. When would you hit that target?
My aim will be to 2030. That said, when we renegotiate our trade deal with the U.S., I know it's their priority to see us increase our military budget. One of the things I will say to the Americans is the more free trade, tariff-free free trade we have, the faster we can rebuild our military in Canada and reassert our sovereignty. And we will use that money to have heavy icebreakers in the north, Poseidon aircraft, fighter jets, a new base in the north, double the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the armed forces, and rebuild the warrior spirit that characterized our military since the birth of our country. We will rebuild our forces, and we will stand behind our veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. Mr. Carney, your question. You have cut both the consumer carbon tax and the capital gains tax increase that you inherited from your predecessor. Is that an admission that the Liberals made life less affordable for Canadians?
I think let me give you the rationale behind both of those changes. First, with respect to the consumer carbon tax, in effect, it become too divisive for Canadians. Canadians
has been for years.
Received rebates. On the whole, they received more than the tax actually was. But
Lies.
some had represented that it was a tax without a rebate. It became divisive. It didn't serve its purpose. It made a relatively modest contribution to overall climate goals. I got rid of it. First act, made Canadians whole. Secondly, with respect to the capital gains tax, it's come up again, I'll be quick. This is a fundamental issue. We need to build this country. Builders, innovators, entrepreneurs need to be rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
I've said that the level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country. And we speak to any small business owner, you speak to people here in Quebec, you speak to farmers. It's fundamentally important. A couple of things, though, we know we need to be able to set the amount of folks that we welcome to our country at a level that it meets our needs. So I would ensure that we've got an expert panel that makes that determination based on our economic needs. We also know that we should be very clear that the lack of investment from Liberals and Conservatives resulted in the fact that we have a shortage in housing. That's something that we've got to fix. I should also point out that if you are worried about the cuts being proposed by Liberals and Conservatives, vote for New Democrats. We'll fight back to protect Canadians and make sure that we've got the right immigration levels.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, Quebec, I believe, is now the only province with a carbon tax. Do you think that's fair?
It's not entirely true. It's not a tax. What Quebec has is a system by which we invite big emission companies, I don't know how to translate that, to reduce their emissions. If they do not, then they have to pay. It goes into a fund which is invested then in reducing emissions. Our partner is California, which makes this a huge deal about reducing emissions. This is what we do. This is to be compared to what Europe does. And by the way, Europe would impose tariffs on Canadian oil if it ever got there. We're quite proud of that. And we have to be responsible because this is much less expensive than doing nothing to fight climate change.
That's time. We're going to do another set of quick hits here, left to right again, and 30 seconds this time. Monsieur Polyev, you've previously promised to defund the CBC as one of your very first acts as Prime Minister. Is that still the plan?
Yes, CBC will continue to operate as a self-funded, Canadian-owned and controlled non-for-profit that raises money like other media organizations through sponsorships, subscriptions, advertising. Who still want to listen and view its content will be able to do so. And at the same time, we'll allow freedom of the press so that everybody has their voice heard and they can make their own decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. The next question to you, 30 seconds. Would you remove some of Canada's legal tax avoidance loopholes that companies that you have worked for have used?
Look, I think that what we need to do is undertake a comprehensive review of our corporate tax system and do that on the basis of the right principles. We've got to have fairness, transparency,
do I own
sustainability,
right,
and competitiveness. So we need a tax system, a corporate tax system, including being part of a international minimum corporate tax through the OECD.
And that is time. Mr. Singh, the question for you is, if you hold the balance of power after this election is over, what would your price be to support another party?
We've laid out our priorities. We want to make sure we bring down the cost of groceries, build homes that people can afford. I can also tell you that we would defend CBC, unlike Mr. Polyev, who wants to cut it. And we would close tax loopholes and offshore tax havens, even though Mr. Carney didn't respond to that. And selling stocks and shares to make profits and then having less taxes on that is not hard work. And so those aren't the job creators. The people who are job creators are the hardworking men and women that contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Monsieur Blanchet,
Not
kind
you.
of the same question. If you hold the balance of power in the next minority parliament, if it is that, what would be the price of your support?
Respect for Quebec. That's quite easy. I don't want to go against what Canada wants to do for itself, but I don't want Canada to impose an economic vision or a multiculturalist vision on Quebec, which is different in terms of language and values and secularity and equality between people. So I want to be a partner, and if Quebec is respected, Canada has nothing to fear from the Bloc because we vote for what is good for Quebec. It only has to be good for Quebec.
Thank you, Monsieur Blanchet. Now, we have one last question for each of you. We'll go right to left this time as I look at you. Bit of an offbeat question. Monsieur Blanchet, what is your biggest regret during this campaign?
That's a very good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have started sooner to see that we had to create the environment for a deal in which Quebec and Canada would be, one bigger than the other, but partners to be stronger in front of Mr. Trump and showing that maybe nobody here is the partner to let go alone without being surveyed or controlled or supervised by a Quebec voice.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Same question, Mr. Singh. Your biggest regret of this campaign?
Not being able to meet as many people as I would love to have. It's a short campaign, and
Didn't
so I
have
can't
my
get to as many
plane.
communities that I wanted to. I think one of the honors of my job is to be able to meet people and to hear their stories, and then to take their stories and concerns and bring them to Ottawa and to fight for those people. And so I want you to know, even if I haven't made it to your community, I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that you're represented, that we never let any government cut our healthcare, that we defend the values that we care so deeply about. We make my life more affordable. That's my commitment to you. Even if I didn't get to see you, that's my commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney, same question. Biggest regret of the campaign?
I'm to be honest, it's the same answer. This is an astonishing country. It is an amazing country.
Because 40 people showed up at his rallies.
The opportunity and the responsibility that comes with it of being with Canadians, hearing their stories, their challenges, drawing strength and ideas from them, and working to be part of the solution is the greatest honor of my life. But the regret is that it is also a big country, and it is a short period of time.
Mr. Poilievre, last word to you.
his doing.
I actually agree with these two gentlemen.
No.
Oh, no.
I had a
This
rule
is
that
so
at all my
weak.
rallies, even when they're really big, I would stand in front of a flag and greet every single person and hear their stories and learn their struggles. And that was always touching to me, that they would put their faith in me or in any of us.
Yeah.
But we've been in such a rush because we have to get off to the next event, so we haven't been able to stop and do that. And I want you to know out there, I haven't forgot about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. It is time now for closing statements, and prior to the debate, you drew lots as to which order we would go in, and Mr. Singh, you get the first word on a closing statement.
Certainly, thank you. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to build this country that we love. Universal health care and pensions, because you voted for us. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare. Because you voted for us, because you supported us. You have the power with your vote to send more New Democrats to Ottawa, to continue that fight, to make sure that no government cuts the things that we hold dear, like our health care, to ensure that we can do everything possible to make life more affordable by making it more affordable to buy your groceries and to get a home. I'm asking for your support in this election so that I can continue to fight to defend the things that make Canada, Canada, the things that we hold dear, the things that make us proud to be Canadian.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney.
We are facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally change the world economy, the trading system. But really what he's trying to do to Canada, he's trying to break us so the U.S. can own us. They want our land, they want our resources, they want our water, they want our country.
So does Brookfield.
We're all going to stand up against Donald Trump.
So we better move our companies there.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I've managed crises over the years. I've built strong economies.
Your report card is F's.
With counter tariffs. We will protect our workers and those businesses, and we will build the strongest economy. We will build Canada strong. I'm asking for your support, the honor of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Monsieur Blanchet.
For 260 years and a little bit more, les Français, devenus des Canadiens, devenus des Canadiens français, devenus des
You had your
Québécois.
chance last night.
You have tried to have them become Canadians like all Canadians. But to no avail, we are different. So let's be economic partners. Let's have a voice chosen by and for Quebecers, an ally for Canadians as equals in front of Mr. Trump.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Only in Canada could someone start where I began and get to this stage. I was born to a single mother and adopted by school teachers who raised me to believe in the incredible Canadian promise that anyone who worked hard could do anything. That promise feels broken today. Many of you worried about paying your bills, feeding your families, or ever even owning a home. You're worried your kids are in danger. But I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. With change, we can restore the Canadian promise so that hard work gets you a beautiful house on a safe street under a proud flag. We can do it with hope for a change.
Gentlemen, thank you for a very spirited debate tonight. 2 quick points before we go. Number one of you celebrated your 60th birthday yesterday on this stage. Yves-François Blanchet, bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Secondly, you'll notice we didn't have to change the time of this debate because the Leafs already clinched the Atlantic Division title, and therefore we didn't need to move the debate to accommodate a hockey game. I'm getting back at my colleague who was in this position last night, and okay, go Habs go. That's fine. With that, we're done. Thank you, leaders, for being here tonight. We are just 11 days from Election Day, April 28th, but there are many ways that you can cast your ballot starting tomorrow at advanced polls. If you intend to vote by mail, that deadline is April 22nd.
All right. That's a wrap. And we have some absolutely crazy news.
Like the drama, you guys, the drama that has been happening in Montreal while we've been watching this on the live stream. Go on, Tamara.
Absolute drama. I'm just trying to find the link here where Ezra broke the news that the Debates Commission has canceled the media scrum following these debates because they don't want to allow any media questions. They're willing to burn the whole thing down. They don't want Rebel News there to ask the questions. And as Justin Ling put it in his hit piece, dominate the question period.
They are that scared of Rebel News Canada. They are that scared of non-government funded journalists asking unscripted questions of their elites. They are that scared of us that they canceled the whole thing.
The whole thing,
this
the whole
is
Q&A.
Wild.
So
like
it was
unprecedented, you guys.
It was that 2-hour debate, and then we were supposed to move into, I think it was 45 minutes or an hour of the Q&A, just exactly the same as what happened last night. And instead of going forward with that, because we were trending on X, the mainstream media was having a complete meltdown over the fact that our rebels were first in line and weren't sitting around on their phones just waiting to be handed the spoon and the silver platter to come up to the microphone and ask their who knows nonsense garbage question. And so the complete meltdown ensued. All of these hit pieces trending on X, hot topics in the mainstream, not the debates, but the fact that Rebel News got some questions in and they wanted to just burn the whole house down rather than let it happen again for the second
And
night
you know what, Canada? You know what, Canada? This is a lesson for us right here, because you want to know how fast the corrupt regime media can move the government to do a thing, to do what they want. One day. It takes one day for that corrupt media to talk ad nauseum at the government to make them do what they want. This is insane. I cannot wait to hear from Ezra. I cannot wait to hear what we're going to do about this, because like that Rebel, we're a little bit stubborn. We're not going to let this fly. Like there is going to be some kind of response because this is unreal, like absolutely unprecedented and egregious.
Well, let's play. We have some behind the scenes footage. Here's Ezra, his scrum from the media before it was announced that the Q&A was being shut down completely.
Okay.
Have a look at this.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Cormier, are you able to comment about what just happened?
I had a heart-to-heart with Mr. Cormier, and I think we found common ground.
It's the common ground.
Well, I'm kidding around. We don't. I don't know what is these. Yesterday, I think the independent journalists were a little bit too independent, and the regime journalists are too friendly with the regime. And I've seen a full court press by regime journalists over the last 24 hours to bring in limits to what independent journalists can do.
Third-party advertisers, Ezra, can you talk about the $180,000 you're spending to do advertising, voter contact, both through For Canada and into Rebel News Network Limited?
See, you're wrong on that, and that's what concerns me, is that For Canada is a different group. It was registered.
It paid $170,000 to Rebel News Network Limited. Is that not true?
You're getting your facts wrong, Justin. And I want to make sure you're careful. We were actually talking about the CBC, who want us out of here. The CBC want us kicked out. We're not leaving. The CBC were outraged that Mr. Cormier let us in. The CBC had 4 questions yesterday. Rebel News had 4 questions yesterday. The CBC thinks that's normal, and it's abnormal that we do it.
So was he talking to you about your accreditation asking questions, or was it about the incident here?
It was about neither. It was actually about, what's his name, the bald guy in the CBC?
David Cochrane.
Yeah, I mean, Cochrane wanted me kicked out. I ain't leaving. Cochrane's really thin-skinned. I talked to Rosemary Martin, too. I invited her to a challenge, and she declined. But that had nothing to do with it. Anyways, I want to get back to the journalism here, but it's a pleasure to be in the center of the attention. I want to give a shout-out to my fellow independent journalist, Keem Bexley, proud alumnus of Rebel News. Lee's not associated with us, but I admire his independence. And I would like to encourage everyone who's watching. You can be a journalist. If you've got a phone, you're a journalist. If you've got a Facebook page, you're a journalist. Yes, it is, Judy. In fact,
independent journalists hire Trump and fundraise off of.
I don't know. You're a government journalist. Every single one of you.
No,
takes,
no. I'm not government journalist.
If you get the government subsidy, you're a government journalist.
I'm not a government.
Who do you work for, sir?
I work for the Canadian Press.
Canadian Press gets massive grants from the government.
Oh my God. It's an admission and funding.
You're literally wearing a liberal lanyard.
Because I follow the liberals. You know how it works.
You're independent. You're owned by the government.
May I ask what do you think about the third-party advertisers that are supporting this?
Only your own media can ask you questions.
All right. Why don't you answer his question? What was his question?
Be careful.
I actually didn't hear the question. I'm flattered to be here. Let me just say this. I think that journalism needs to be democratized. And I think it's sort of creepy that the enemies of Rebel News in the press gallery stop us from asking questions of politicians 99% of the time. Once every 4 years, we're allowed to put a couple of questions to these high priests of politics, and there's a total freak out in the press gallery. Like, seriously, it's like leap year. 15 minutes every 4-year season, we're allowed.
Oh. Can you move your scrum now? We want to watch this guy debate. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
I love that Ezra called them high priest apologists. How absolutely fitting. And so this little scrum happened after Hill Times journalist Stu Benson lost his composure in the media center during the leaders' debate, and then Ezra held a discussion outside of the room in response to that, and then approximately an hour later, word spread that the post-debate press scrum had been canceled. So this is a longer clip, and I haven't seen it yet myself, so let's just play it, and maybe we'll play it out in full.
Yeah, after you guys threatened to sue, so that's why they got the 4 questions, because the commission...
You're making that up. You're lying again.
When did the CBC get 4 questions?
Yesterday.
Yes, after they had already folded to you because you threatened to sue.
You're lying again.
I'm not. Because you're don't you have a third-party advertising truck that don't take care of it? How much have you spent on third-party advertising this election? Between Rebel News and Core Canada, companies you own both of, how much money have you spent to influence this election? I'm assuming in favor of conservatives. How much have you spent? Like, you're a journalist, you must be honest. So, Rebel News Limited, you've set up and registered under Elections Canada. Everyone else, you can go to Elections Canada right now. Every third party is registered. Search Rebel News for Canada, and you will see clear as day, as will Avant, as the owner of both of those companies. He has third-party advertising trucks driving around this venue right now. It's owned by Rebel. It's owned by you. Sorry. The truck is for Canada, which is owned by you, which is separate from Rebel News, which is also owned by you.
Just mad.
Let me go one by one.
Control your emotions.
So, Ed, I'm not just
You're out of control.
Speaking quietly doesn't make your things any less
You're
bullshit.
completely out of control emotionally. And your facts are completely wrong.
All right,
You're
let's
embarrassment. What's your name?
Calm down, ma'am.
You're suddenly shy.
No, I'm Googling.
You're Googling your name? Tell us who you are, tough guy.
Stuart Benson, Hill Times.
Student Benson, well, you're a disgrace to the Hill Times.
Oh.
And your facts are wrong.
You're a disgrace to journalism, buddy. Shut up. I can do the job of one of me. Can do the same
look at
job
his
you really
laptop.
need 5 reporters to do. So, am I a disgrace, or is it all of the people you needed to do the job I do by myself?
Oh, wow.
Oh, crap.
Rebel News Network Limited, March 27th, registered with Elections Canada, name of applicant, Ezra Levant, mailing address, Edmonton, Alberta, T5JOK4. I wonder where that would be. T5JOK4, I wonder what that postal is.
Well, you certainly got a tiger by the
Let's go check out Core Canada. I wonder who they are.
He sounds exactly like you think he would.
Like a raving lunatic.
No, you don't understand.
I've heard
don't
of
even understand what you're looking at.
What word are you?
So shrill.
Oh! Yes, the really exceptional work you're doing.
Oh.
I've heard ranting drug addicts on the
You're
street
out of control emotionally.
better behaved than this guy.
Tantrum boy. I'll call you tantrum boy.
That is unhinged.
Holy Hannah. I've never seen anything like that, to be completely honest. Like in a professional setting, never.
Well, it's not professional. It's entirely unprofessional. Look at how absolutely unhinged the laptop class becomes when they aren't given their
Holy
silver platter.
That was wild to watch. That happened while we were watching the debate, did it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the behind the scenes. Thank goodness that we took the steps that we took to send a team of rebels, just like everyone else, just to even the playing field, because otherwise those are the kind of lunatics that dominate the media space.
So, not to put too fine a point on it, but like dealing with the public education system in Canada is exactly like dealing with that room. It is the exact same energy. It's like either you abide by the groupthink, okay? Either you are a participant in the group project, or you are an absolute outsider who should not be tolerated and has to be removed at the earliest convenience. This of the authorities. That was wild to watch. But you know what? Thank God we sent 5 people. Like, thank God we had our whole team there to at least offer a tiny bit of backup. I mean, that was a man that looked like he could have got violent at any point. And while he's, directing the room to the website and telling them what to go look for, everybody go Google. Don't you think that that's a real good sort of snapshot of the corrupt Canadian press right now? Everybody go to the website and search these keywords, and then everybody say the same thing, and then watch. They will. This is how they work. There is no journalistic integrity left in Canada. If you are being funded by the government, and Ezra did such a beautiful job, like pointing out that they are all funded by the government, unless you don't take money, unless you make an effort to make your own way as a journalist in Canada, you are corrupt by the government, and all of the people that you see here are.
Imagine for a moment that same energy was directed at holding government officials accountable, especially right now when it comes to Mark Carney and his Beijing banking connections and his cozy ties with the Chinese Communist Party, and where exactly he pays his personal taxes. Imagine if they had even a shred of that same energy put into finding out where Carney pays his taxes. Maybe our country wouldn't be in the sad state of affairs that it currently is. Thank you to the Stuart Bensons of the world.
Oh, goodness. No, Canada would be an entirely different country if we had a functioning press. Yeah. Canada would be an entirely different country if we didn't have a fully corrupt mainstream media. Like, not to say that I feel what Trump felt, okay? But I do. I get what he was up against, and he is up against it. So all of the people in that room are anti-Polyev, and that is what we know for sure. Every single person in that room that isn't independent, that is part of the corrupt mainstream media, is anti-Polyev.
Look at his,
his
X
him,
account. Yeah. It's
him.
Canadian press pedant. Him, of course. Wannabe Jake Gyllenhaal cosplayer. What a weirdo.
Yeah, send me your tips. sbenson@hilltimes.com. Hey, Stuart, get yourself a man pawn. Dab at your eyes with the free maxi pads in the washrooms that the Liberal Party gave you. My goodness, what a precious snowflake.
Someone pointed out to me too that the Hill Times has a ridiculously high subscription cost. Our website here. So their monthly digital subscription is $49.
Wow.
Imagine. So I think ours is $9, or maybe it went up a couple dollars in the last year or so, but it's roughly $10 a month. I don't remember exactly.
Holy Hannah. $49. That's Netflix and Disney and Amazon Prime and all of the rest of them all combined. So you can hear the left-leaning rantings of a bunch of lunatics. But you know what? I bet their readers are very, very well off just sitting pretty with their pensions, with their government pensions, sitting in their, houses that have increased in price from or in value from, maybe $1 million to $4 million over these last couple of years. So yeah, probably they'd be able to afford them. Oh, Stuart, that was dumb. Oh, Stuart, we're going to make you famous.
Well, I hear that we have someone from the inside who's gearing up to join us. So let me just do a quick ad read because we do rely on these advertisers to keep the lights on and our journalism going. And so I will read this quick ad script. Maybe we'll run a very quick ad break, and then we'll come back to one of our rebels who were in the room on the ground there at the debates in Montreal. This one comes from 1775 Coffee. Weak coffee is for the weak, and at Rumble, weak has never been part of the mission. No fillers, no fraud, and no settling for mediocrity, just like 1775 Coffee. It's single origin, small farm, hand-picked, specialty grade coffee that stands for quality, free speech, and calling out BS when it matters. Forget stale, mass-produced beans roasted just enough to hide the flaws. Dark roast hits like a Trump tariff. Medium roast keeps it bold without the bitterness. And Vitality Mushroom Blend is real energy and lasting focus. No synthetic garbage. For K-Cup pods, whole bean, or fresh ground coffee, go to 1775coffee.com. Use code STUDIO for 15% off and start your morning with coffee that stands for something. And every dollar spent enters you to win a Cybertruck and $30,000 in cash. So stay tuned. We're going to go to this quick ad break and we will be back with someone on the ground in just a moment.
What if governments are trying to reinvent the wheel when the greatest teacher of all times has already laid out the perfect blueprint for a constitution for a kingdom of love, faith, and freedom? Introducing the Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport. This special edition Freedom Passport captures the foundational truths of love, ethics, and freedom for all. It's a powerful reminder of Jesus' call to love one another and to be part of something bigger that you can carry with you every day. Join the movement, share the truth, and spread the love with your family and friends. Get your Kingdom of Heaven Freedom Passport at freedompassport.ca. And right now, all orders in North America come with free shipping and a free downloadable song with every purchase.
Why should you join Canada's National Firearms Association? We currently have one of the most aggressively anti-firearm governments in our nation's history, promoting fear and placing blame like never before. Our rights, freedoms, culture, and heritage, it's all on the line. But we are fighting back, and there is strength in numbers. We work within the law to change the law, to defend competitors, hunters, collectors, and other law-abiding firearms owners. We can get through this. We've done it before, and we'll do it again, if you are with us. Canada's National Firearms Association. Freedom, safety, responsibility.
Oh, hi, it's Ezra Levant here in Toronto with an important message because we need your help. Independent journalism in Canada is under attack. Government censors, big tech deplatformers, and the dying legacy media are all working together to maintain exclusive control on the information you receive. They don't want you to hear other voices like ours, and they really don't want you to be informed and to think for yourself. That's why the work we do here at Rebel News is so important. Our on-the-ground reporting, independent news shows, and special content you won't find anywhere else. It's all designed to give you trustworthy information and alternative viewpoints so you can decide for yourself. We don't get government money, and we are not owned by some big global conglomerate. We're funded by people just like you, so please support independent journalism and help us continue our work by subscribing and becoming a Rebel News Plus member today, right here on the page. Go to rebelnewsplus.com. Members get instant access to all of our shows, invitations to exclusive events, and access to our premium content like live event footage and documentaries you won't see anywhere else. Only Rebel News Plus members can join the conversation by participating in the comments section of our new website. That way you can have your say too. More than anything, though, you'll be able to take pride in supporting real, honest journalism, and you'll help our talented team continue to do the work to push back on the establishment. We really can use your help. We need it, in fact. So thank you, and enjoy Rebel News Plus.
All right, I think we have Sheila from the inside to join us and tell us what the heck is going on in the background of these debates. Hey, Sheila, what is happening?
Ooh. I've never seen such a bunch of unhinged buffoonery in my entire life as I've just seen unfold in this place. I don't know if you guys saw the footage of that unhinged Hill Times reporter in his Hillary Clinton pantsuit yelling at Ezra Levant completely unprovoked. Ezra was telling him, stay calm down. And, CBC complaining that we asked questions. And so then they were reporting that we had our accreditation revoked. We didn't, who didn't have his accreditation revoked? The Hill Times weirdo over there. It's so tense in here that I'm frankly worried about my safety. And I'll tell you why. Because Alexa, this place, by the way, exploded. I'll get to what happened outside in a second. This place exploded when it was announced that the scrums would be canceled. And everybody, unhinged, blamed us, even though we've been the victims of their unhinged behavior this whole time. We've conducted ourselves with nothing but professionalism. And the comportment of the individuals here has been less than desirable, I would say. And I knew, because we sort of had confirmation from the inside before. We knew, and I sent a message to everybody saying, be ready with your cameras. This place is going to pop off and they are going to blame us. And that's instantly what happened. Some left-wing journalists, subsidized journalists from Ricochet start screaming at Ezra. People shoving Lincoln, like shoving him. Like, shush. It wasn't like a bump, like physically smacking into him.
What?
Just like absolute mayhem. The police should have intervened. I don't know why they didn't. I got fed up. I might have raised my voice a little bit. I wasn't yelling, but I said, we have been heckled, berated, derided, subject to abuse. We had paper thrown at us the entire time that we've been here. They're running nonstop stories on us, treating us like pariahs, and they're acting like the victims in here. It is the most astounding, bizarre thing. What happened to Ezra earlier? It's 4 minutes of video that happened on camera, so you could see the behavior of the other journalists, and they're still blaming him for the scrum being canceled. The scrum was canceled because we asked questions these people don't have the bravery to ask. That's what happened.
Yes.
And they're treating us like absolute pariahs. Now, Guillaume's behind the camera. Alexa Lincoln and Alexa Lincoln David, they went outside. And Lincoln calls me and tells me that he's been assaulted. The team has been assaulted out there. Again, this place is wriggling with the journalists. No one will have footage, I'm sure. There's cops everywhere. Why are my guys getting manhandled out there? They're not allowed back in. All their stuff is in here. We're separated from each other. It's absolute chaos. And the journalists in here are the true victims. We've been subject to their bad behavior the whole time, and they're blaming us because the Debates Commission doesn't have the bravery to uphold journalistic freedom when differing opinions are in the room.
Well, and that's what I think it all boils down to, is that we had a team there prepared, ready, acting professional, looking the professional, when some of the counterparts were looking, like street people adjacent. And then the entire legacy media and laptop class had a complete meltdown over the fact that we were there asking some questions. It is absolute insanity that this is the state of the media landscape here in Canada.
And again, we at Rebel News are allowed 15 minutes every 4 years to do this, because the press gallery, the parliamentary press gallery, keeps us out. So they couldn't even tolerate us. They couldn't even keep their good manners for 15 minutes out of 4 years. Canada, this is a changing moment in our country. You are seeing the way they behave towards us. You are seeing the hostility and the aggression that they're showing towards us. This is media that's funded by the government, and the government does nothing to stop them. Nothing. As a matter of fact, they enable them. The government enables this kind of behavior.
Mm-hmm. Look at Jagmeet Singh.
They get preferential treatment because of how they treat us. That's what's happening.
Oh.
So this is a room of, 100, 150 journalists. Everything they reported on us was absolutely wrong, save for the independent media. Things that were caught on video they reported inaccurately, knowing that we would publish the video that would debunk them. They just didn't care. They just would rather lie than allow the public to believe their lying eyes. I've never seen anything like it. Like I said, it was absolute buffoonery here.
So what's next? What's happening now? Everybody's kind of separated.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Where are you right now? Like, where are you? Describe where you are.
So the media snake pit is right in front of me, and I'm standing in front of the place where the leaders would come out. I don't know why I have the blur on my thing. It's too late to fix it, but this would be where their microphone would be for them to take questions from the journalists. And it's so funny because they're saying, well, you sued to get there and you made them accredit 5 journalists. Yeah, but none of you got out of your chairs, you guys, and came up into the line. Like, what was the secret to our success? Politely walking into the line like that.
Trade secrets. Like, there they are.
That's some free advice, you guys, from your 4 years of J school. Get out of the line and wait and have a question to ask. That's literally all we did. We didn't fuss. We didn't fight. There's not a single person in here who could rightfully say that we were aggressive. Now, they may lie and say that we were, but we were on the receiving end of some pretty intense bullying all week long, and we conducted ourselves, Drea led by example with dignity and resolve.
100%. Just the picture of decorum, and the most important question to Jagmeet Singh, and we all saw how he treated her. Yeah. It was the defining moment of yesterday's debate, and it trickled over till today because they couldn't risk another shaming like they had to take yesterday for their poor behavior.
You know, I said I was just raising my voice to a group of journalists, and I said, you guys all saw how we were treated this whole time. You saw that they were yelling at us, heckling us, jeering at us, throwing stuff at us. You saw, and you didn't report any of it. You just pretended like it didn't happen. And there's Judy Trent chuckling to herself. She knew. They all knew.
Oh my God.
And then when the thing gets canceled, they blame us because they can't behave themselves.
We have this crazy footage from outside of the event where...
Seen it yet?
Let's watch it together. Let's live react to what just happened outside of the commission. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's watch this.
Okay.
Oh, Terry Gillan! Hey! Terry Gillan!
What are you gonna? Bro, you guys are out.
You touched me with that.
I did not touch you. Sir. You're a liar. You're a goddamn liar.
You're a liar.
Oh yeah, nice try, guys.
You just nice try.
What are you doing? Police.
Go back to the first one.
No, the police
Go back to that first one.
By the liberal.
How long is this?
Who was that?
Terry
Guillon.
Terry Gillan. Terry Gillan.
What are you gonna? Bro, you guys are out.
You touched me with that.
I did not touch you. Sir. You're a liar. You're a goddamn liar.
You're a liar.
Oh yeah, nice try, guys.
You just
nice
hit me.
What are you doing? Police.
No, the police is backed by the liberal.
I hadn't seen it yet. All I had seen was Lincoln telling me that they had been assaulted and that they weren't allowed to come back, and to make sure that I grabbed their stuff. I didn't know the extent of it because I was just quickly throwing in my earbuds and coming to talk to you. I hadn't seen that. That's a member of the Prime Minister's press team.
What?
Terry Guillon is the senior lead media advance, the office of the Prime Minister of Canada.
Assaulting our guy.
Who has repeatedly acted so brazenly and physical with Rebel News journalists. He has a long history of this behavior.
Yep.
Oh,
and you can
my God. Thugs.
Again,
they're thugs.
Thugs. Our guys are just out there doing their jobs. And these guys in this room They were the victims tonight, apparently, of our presence. And this is how we have to work. We're getting yelled at. The Hill Times guy losing his marbles on Ezra across the room. Terry Gillum assaulting our people outside. We're calling for the police to help. The police aren't coming. That guy is unhinged. I hadn't seen that before.
He needs to be charged. Number one, he needs to be charged. But then again, we're relying on the same police that arrested Natasha Graham earlier this week. So what are we thinking is going to happen here? Like, Canada is not a safe place for independent journalism. It is not a safe place. Obviously, look, I cannot believe that that's part of the Prime Minister's press team. This is the stuff of like communist nations, guys. This is the behavior of communist nations that we're seeing unfold here. There is no Canadian that is seeing this that should not be very, very concerned. Why?
They canceled a debate scrum rather than allow us to ask questions. At first, we heard that they would be limiting us to just one question and no follow-up. We thought, okay, fine, whatever. We'll ask one really great question. And then we got word halfway through from people on the inside who said, actually, they're canceling it. So, and then we can't even get out of the building without being assaulted. And these journalists in here are playing the victim. It's appalling. It's revolting. I hope they can hear me.
Holy
Is it possible to show what's behind Guillaume there? Can you scan the room and show us?
Yeah.
Sure. Guillaume,
I guess the blur's on though.
Oh, shoot. Hang on. Can I change that alive? I don't think I can. Sorry. When Ezra's right beside me, that's okay. The least of what happened to us today. Ezra's right beside me. So why don't we hang up, you guys, and then Ezra can pop on and he can talk about what he knows, because he knows more than I know, because things are developing even while I'm on with you guys.
Absolutely crazy.
And then he can turn the off, or you know what? I'll send the team what the room looks like while Ezra's talking. You guys can show that live.
Thanks, Sheila. Okay, stay safe out there and keep us posted.
Take care, my girl. Yep.
My goodness, what a crazy state of affairs. While we get it sorted out, what exactly is happening there, I'm just going to run through some of these super chats because we have so much to catch up on and the chats have been going crazy. So let's just go back. I'm not even sure where I left off here. Sorry, just bear with me here. We have so many super chats. This is great.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys. To everyone at home.
Like, if ever you wonder the importance of Rebel News and independent media, it is the most important thing in Canada right now. And we thank you so much for supporting us. Every little bit counts. We get no government funding. Like, thank you for being here with us.
Well, we try to connect with Ezra and or get a panorama of the room. I think I might have read this, but I'm not totally sure. So let me just go back. It's Steven797 gives $10. Thank you very much. Says, keep up the great work. Love you all. Then we have Ian the Man 26 gives $20. Thank you so much, Ian. Our beautiful country has suffered enough under the Liberals for the last 10 years. That is where I left off. Let's stop the divisiveness and let's unite as a strong nation together. And then Transpo gives $20. This election is the most important decision affecting the future of our nation. Freedom versus socialism is in the court. Yes. Censorship has threatened our democracy. Thank you, Rebel News, for standing true. And I mean, how much does that super chat there resonate with what happened and what we have seen happening on the ground at this commission right now? No wonder the regime wants to have us censored. Look at the unhinged behavior that ensues when the laptop class isn't given their silver spoon and silver platter and presented with all of the news for their own taking. When as soon as there's any hint or form of someone else, of the independence, of any competition, they can't stand the heat. Ezra, I see that we have him on the line now. Ezra, from your perspective, we just heard from Sheila a little bit of what had happened. What is going on behind the scenes there that none of us at home can see?
Oh,
You know, it's one of the strangest days of my life, I got to tell you. Yesterday was so exciting. Rebel News had 4 out of 17 questions. I was the only Rebel who didn't get a question, but there were wonderful questions by Drea, Sheila, David, and Alexa, en français, which I really liked. That was the same number of questions that was asked by CBC, in their French and English divisions. And it was pretty cool that there's a room of over 100 journalists, but Rebel News had 4 questions. And there's no secret to why. We just got in the line and did it. But over the last 24 hours, so much of what I call the regime media, the mainstream media, the legacy media, absolutely freaked out on the Debates Commission. The chair of the Debates Commissioner, the commissioner, as he's called, Michel Cormier, for some reason, he did a media tour. He was on CBC. He was on.
yes.
He did so many interviews, and in every single one, he was basically beaten like a dog by people
Yes.
who said, "How dare you allow those evil rebels?" And there are other citizen journalists here too. Our alumnus Kian Bexty, our friends from Juno, Western Standard. So there's really good people here. It's not just us. I think we're just the best known because we've been around for 10 years. But the Michel Cormier, the commissioner, was so roughed up by the cool kids. How dare you allow those peasants
Yes.
in here? How dare you allow those ruffians at rabble? By the way, the questions were really good. Their work speaks for themselves. So all day he was roughed up, and he was obviously making promises to people, well, I won't let that happen. But on the other hand, the Debates Commission is a government agency, so it's bound by the Charter of Rights. It's bound by basic rules of fairness and fair play. They can't just be whimsical. And they had already agreed to us in writing that they would allow 5 of our people to ask questions, just like, you know, other organizations do. So how do you square that circle? On the one hand, all the cool kids, all the mean girls, all the mainstream media were saying, you can't let them ask any more questions. You've got to do something. But on the other hand, there's the law. 2 court cases in 2019 and 2021 saying you can't treat Rebel News differently than the Toronto Star or the CBC. So insanely, absolutely cray-cray, at the last moment, Michel Cormier, just came into the room, stood exactly where I'm standing now, and said, we're calling it off. And I think he said security reasons, and people said, what do you mean? What do you mean? And he ran away. He went, obviously, there was no security issue. This is the most locked down police place in Canada right now. There are 100 cops here. There's sniffer dogs. There's SWAT teams. If there really were a security threat, they would have pulled the politicians away. It was their way of cutting the Gordian knot, of stopping Rebel News from asking the questions without breaking the law. But of course, they let down the public. The purpose of the debate is to have a debate and to have journalists scrum the politicians to hold them accountable. Michel Cormier really is a terrible leader, not just because anyone can push him around, but because he failed in his essential mandate to let Canadians see the debate. I guess they saw the debate, and the debate was quite interesting, I thought, but they wouldn't allow any journalists. They would rather burn the place down than allow any questions from Rebel News. Very interesting. And by the way, some of our critics here were positively demonic. There were people shrieking and shaking. And I mean, I'll just give you an example. There's some guy from some outlet called Ricochet, and I don't really know that much about it. But they were saying, you've got 13 people here, and you're controlling Kian Bexty, and you're like, what? I like, for those who don't know, Kian Bexty's an alumnus of our company. He works with a counter signal. And I like the guy. Of course, I chatted with him. He's a friend. But my point is, let's take the shut things down. Like, there's just crazy people here. And you know what? A lot of these left-wing ideologues have been radicalized. Like, that's there was some guy from the Hill Times he was screaming. They were shaking. I was saying, control yourself emotionally. Some of these guys are cuckoo. And it was demonic. And when the worst moment was actually the best moment. It was yesterday when Drea Humphrey asked the question, about the anti-Christian crime wave
Yes.
of arson and vandalism against churches. Andrea asked that question so beautifully, and Jagmeet Singh disrespected her, didn't answer the questions. Andrea asked it again, and it was wonderful. The hissing and the heckling. I don't know if it was picked up on the microphones.
No.
It was shocking. It was, and I said to Andrea, it's demonic. And it was. Now, I want to say this. I think most of the people in this room are sort of normal. You know, they realize that the news is what the leaders say and that a lot of this stuff is inside baseball. I think most, like I sat next to a friendly lady yesterday, a French journalist who was just a photographer. Today, I sat next to the photographer from the Montreal Gazette. I don't think he's particularly political. He was very friendly. So there are some really normal people in journalism, but holy cow, does it attract the wackadoodles also? And some of those wackadoodles obviously are very persuasive because they literally convinced Michel Cormier to blow the whole thing up. But you know what? That's on them. And
yes,
there was a moment where I was asked to leave the room, and I was told that he wanted to deport me, and I told them that was BS, and they agreed. So they let me back in after about 10 minutes or whatever. And the CBC were so sure I was going to be kicked out, they announced on TV that I had my credentials revoked. They were insane. The CBC made a complaint to the Debates Commission about me, asked them to deport me. I went out, I said, what's all this about? And they told me some story. And I said, that is crazy. And they said, all right. And I went back in, and the CBC, that bald guy, I forget his name, David Cochran, I think. I don't want to get that wrong. I think it's David Cochran. He was so certain that he had managed to get me kicked out that he announced it on TV. Like crazy. So anyway, when I came in, people didn't know what had happened. So I had a little scrum, and I said, look, citizen journalists are here to stay. And you don't have to like it, but it's just how it is. And anyone with a cell phone can be a journalist. I'm not saying you're going to be a great journalist. Some are great, some are not great. But this snobbery, this guild, this protected elite, that's just not real. The most popular podcaster in the English language is Joe Rogan.
Yes.
Because he's so bloody good. And
Yes.
I don't think he went to journalism school. And by the way, the CBC should know that. Peter Mansbridge, I don't even think he got his high school diploma. It doesn't mean the guy's a good question asker. And there's a snobbery here. I feel like I'm in the last vestiges of the regime media. And I got to tell you guys have joined our Rebel News project in recent years, but I was there day one, obviously. And when we started Rebel News 10 years ago, I'll confess to you, I had a bit of an inferiority complex. I thought, I'm amateur, I'm not real, this is a toy, the internet's not serious. Like I just felt like the other guys knew better, did better, were more serious than me. I don't feel that way now. First of all, we actually are bigger than them. I stopped counting our viewership when we hit 2 billion. So I don't feel like we're not big enough. I know I'm as smart as the other guys. I know our journalists are as ethical. So I no longer have this built-in inferiority complex. And by the way, I shouldn't. Think of your favorite journalists around the world. Many of them are internet-based sort of citizen journalists. So I think that's what was going on here. We were in their sacred place. Normally they keep us out, but once every 4 years, like a kind of Halley's Comet, we come around, and they can't stand it. They can't stand it. And I'm not even going to say for 1 day every 4 years, for 15 minutes. I counted, and the total talk time we had yesterday was 10 and a half minutes, including answers. So we had about 5 minutes of talk time. 10 minutes if you include the answers. That was too much for these people. They broke. To let the peasants in for even 5 minutes broke them.
Well, Ezra, you made an interesting comment too about how they were becoming unhinged, saying, "Oh, you control Cian Bexty," and some of these allegations and these claims. I mean, they say that we peddle myths and disinformation, fringe and conspiratorial. This sounds very conspiratorial.
Oh, it just crazy. I've never seen it. And here's the thing: no one cares. It was about the 4 politicians who were debating. It wasn't about the intrigues back here. I mean, maybe that's a one-liner. But for these people, it was the essential question. How dare Rebel News be allowed in? How
Mhm.
dare Juno News? How dare Key and Bexley be allowed? Like, good Lord, it's not just about the craft. That's what they call journalism, the craft. Yeah, you know what? You're not all that. I don't know. Listen, there's some wonderful people here. I won't lie. And there's a lot of normal people who just came here to do their job. But there are some seriously crazy people. There's some Antifa style journalists. And I think that's really what happened. And a lot of them have been radicalized. Anyways, that's my report. And I think it was an enormous victory for Rebel News. It's a disaster for Canada
Without question.
that this thing
Yes.
was canceled. But Rebel News came and did exactly what we said we would do, which was to ask fearless questions that other journalists wouldn't. Mission accomplished. And the fact that everyone else freaked out is on them, not on us.
Just to bring it back to the 4 leaders, Ezra, if we can get just a couple comments, what some of your takeaways of the debate was, if you could gauge who won, and maybe even perhaps what angle, the questions would have taken if we had have been allowed to answer them, or ask them rather.
Sure. I mean, really quickly, I think that the Bloc Québécois leader, I sort of like him, but what's he doing in an English debate? I mean, I suppose there's some Anglos in Quebec, but it felt a little bit out of place. Jagmeet Singh was just interrupting Pierre Poilievre at every opportunity, just trying to do some damage. It's clear he knows that he doesn't have much of a political future. I think Pierre Poilievre was actually pretty good. He was in his, he felt pretty strong. But Mark Carney he had some stumbles. You can tell he's been out of Canada. He didn't know the difference between the Keystone XL pipeline and the Trans Mountain pipeline, because he hasn't been paying attention to Canada in a decade. But he's formidable. I think it's a close race. I think it's closer now than it was a week ago when the Liberals were in the lead. I'm glad I'm out here, and I don't think I learned as much about the candidates as I learned about the media party. The media party is worse than you know. The media party, they hate me. It's true. But I think they actually hate me in a way because we serve you, the undesirables, the deplorables, the whatever they're calling you, people who aren't with the program. That's why, here's the thing. Let me close on this. Why didn't this place freak out yesterday when the CBC had 4 questions? Why did they freak out when we did? Like, what's the difference? Well, the difference is what we asked. If we had asked the official narrative questions, they wouldn't have minded. They would have cheered us. It was purely a content-based objection.
Yeah. If you would have asked about the carbon tax, there would not have been the outrage. But your energy today. Your energy today, Ezra, couldn't be more different than your energy of last night. I mean, you came out last night just on fire, so excited to have gotten answers to those questions.
Yeah.
That was a massive win for the people of Canada, and it's really unfortunate that the Debates Commission did what they did. But this is going to open a lot of eyes in the country of Canada, and I do believe that the truth will come out. And make no mistake, we're Rebel News. It will.
Yeah. Lise, thank you for those kind words. Tamara, thank you guys for co-chairing this. I'm going to run because I have a few things that we have to do here. And I see some people are leaving, but thanks to all our viewers. That's why we're here. We have to care about our viewers to survive because we're viewer funded. The CBC has to care about one view to survive. And his name is Mark Carney. And that, once you know that, explains so many things.
That's powerful. Thanks so much, Ezra. Keep us posted if anything happens on the ground there. We'll be going through some super chats for a while here, I think.
Thanks very much,
Take care,
everybody.
buddy.
See you later.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Ezra. There you have it. On the ground in Montreal, both inside and outside. It sounds like the group, they've been split up. The rebels, 7 of them, have been split up into 2 groups, and the group that is outside is actually being prevented from coming back inside to grab their items and their belongings by a line of RCMP. So we have a photo here to share with you from the outside of where the debates were happening at the CBC building in Montreal. And these are notoriously aggressive. Actually, are they RCMP or Montreal Police?
Can
I
just
read
see
police, I
police.
think,
Not
on
sure.
the badge
Yeah.
there. So It's not totally clear. But anyway, they've been separated and are not allowed to get their belongings inside. Some sketchy physical potential assaults occurred. Both, it sounds like both inside and outside. And we'll see, I guess, as footage continues to come in and be reviewed, what ends up happening there. But as I mentioned, we have a ton of super chats and Rumble rants to get through. So I'm going to go back up to where I left off. This one comes from Catherine Baum. I'm sorry, the rest of your last name cuts off. Give $69.99. Thanks, Catherine. Says support
beauty.
Rebel News. Thank you so much for your generosity. Road Tripper, $5. Carney's work at the circus. Time to send this clown packing.
Yes.
Yeah, the things that you can match up with Carney, like Carnage, Carney, Carbon Tax Carney, Circus Carney. It's really endless and lots of fun. Actually, and we also ran a poll during the stream. Who do you think will win the debate? And I tried to pull it up. Now it's disappeared. So maybe someone can assist me on the back end there on how I can see. Oh, there they are. Never mind. Who will win the debate tonight? 91% resounding Pierre Poilievre. And I think he did. They didn't highlight the speaking times, but I was kind of keeping an eye on it whenever they would pan the room. And Jagmeet Singh was way down at the bottom. The differences were actually more tonight than they were last night during the French leadership debate.
Last night they were very close.
They were close. Yeah, I was within a couple minutes. And then I think tonight, the last pan, which it may have changed in that speed round that they did towards the end there. But Carney was in the lead, and Jagmeet Singh, I think, was like 8 to 10 minutes difference behind him. And then Pierre Poilievre next, and then Blanchette was there coming in third. But even despite all of his relentless, ridiculous interruptions, Jagmeet Singh managed to come out dead last with the time that he spoke during the debate. So that's pretty funny. We have another chat here from Daniel Gurevich, gives $2.79. Thank you very much. Is anybody going to bring up injection sites? No, they didn't.
No.
That's the
There were so
liberal.
there were so many things that they didn't bring up, but yes, go on.
Safer supply of toxic illicit drugs that have been plaguing our streets under the guise of this safe consumption umbrella since I think it was 2017 that they were elected. 2015 they started the process of putting in this idea of safer supply in 2016. It actually was implemented in 2017, ended up costing us $1 billion, this initiative, in that time. And I think it was 500,000 lives lost to the opioid crisis since 2016. So thank you very much, the Liberals, for wasting $1 billion on a completely ghoulish and ultimately failed policy that no one spoke about at all during the debates. So imagine that. We have Transpo gives another $10, says stop the killing. I'm not sure what that was about. That came in about an hour and a half ago. So everywhere, I agree.
Well, they were talking about conflicts. Yeah, they were talking about conflicts, I think, at the time.
Yes, please stop the killing. Okay, we have Scripture Shores, $2. What a loudmouth. Calm down, person. Be polite. Yeah, the person kind. That was, I think, in regards to the Hill Times journalist. I already forget his name. Stuart, I think it was.
Stuart
something.
Benson, I think, was it?
Yes, him. We have Sloopin. Thank you. Top fan from last night gives $50. Please do a piece on Jagmeet's disrespect during the debate, and everyone support Rebels independent reporting with donations. Thanks, Sloopin. I think that Drea has something in mind. She's going to do something with that, I believe. Regardless, one of us, someone will. But now we have to try to play catch up because the last 2 days have been absolutely crazy having everyone deployed to Montreal. As I said yesterday, we are a skeleton of a team. And so we really feel it when we have all hands on deck in one particular place.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Dragos gives $10. Love the coverage. Keep killing it, guys. April 28th can't come soon enough. Yeah,
Amen, Matt.
totally agree.
Amen.
Amen to that. All right. Mike S, $13.99. Thank you for the amazing journalism during these debates, Rebel News. Well, you know what? Thank you, and you're welcome, because seeing that meltdown today, I'm speechless in some capacity, but if that is the way that the mainstream media responds and reacts over simple journalistic questions that obviously a vast majority and silent majority of Canadians care about and want to hear the answers to.
That's what that's what they think about you, Canada.
Yeah.
It's not what they just think about us. That's what they think about you. And that's
Exactly.
the sad thing. That's the thing that just breaks my heart. Truly, it does.
And then to cry wolf and play victim and like gaslight and manipulate the whole situation as though you're somehow the one who's missing out on everything. I mean, as Ezra said, Rebel had 4 out of 17 questions last night. That's not dominating. Just because you didn't like the questions and you didn't think that you should pay them any mind, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be asked. That is more akin to a communist country under ideologies like Maoism than what we should have here in a purportedly free and democratic nation.
Yep.
Steven797 gives $20. Just shows you how far the Liberals and the mainstream media will go to skew the narrative and claw onto their diminishing hold onto radical power. Absolutely, right? Just let it speak for itself. Full display.
I mean,
there it is. Make your own
you
opinion.
guys saw it. That's right. You guys saw it. You guys saw what happened. Is that a normal course of events, what you saw tonight happen? Or is this completely off the rails, insane, what's happening in Canada right now? You decide. We're not telling you. You decide.
Well, and is that where you'd want your tax dollars to go? Right? Do you want to pay someone who conducts themselves with such unprofessionalism and unhinged, just completely
lunacy.
Unhinged lunacy, yeah, and a motive and just no control. There's no emotional intelligence displayed when you act like a lunatic.
Yep.
And yet here every single Canadian is forking it out automatically from their paychecks to the big gov who dishes it out to the big media.
How's that feel, Canada? How's that feel? Knowing that your hard work, every dollar you earn, a portion of that dollar goes to those yahoos in that room. How's that feel? Like when the rest of us can't afford groceries, well, it hurts a little bit more that those buffoons get funded via our tax dollars, doesn't it? And yet.
Lise, my 4-year-old can communicate more effectively than that supposedly rational, reasonable adult.
I'm a mother of 6 children, okay? I have 6 children, and never once have I seen my 6 children spout off like that. And you know what? They know what would happen if they did. There would be consequences. They would be hard and fast, and they would never, ever, ever, ever think to do it again. Because if they did, they know their mama would swoop in and make it very not worth their time. Who's the mama in that room? Like, where are the police in that room?
It's Sheila raising her voice to all the little toddlers having their tantrums. And it's like, did you never learn how to behave? Learn how to conduct yourself with some decorum, and maybe you'll be taken seriously.
Just wild.
LDZ gives $1.
Thank you.
Wonder if insane Hill Times reporter rant was intentional at the behest of the CBC and the Liberal Party. This way, CBC keeps their hands clean while the media scrum gets cancelled and Rebel gets blamed. Yeah, I mean, you could dig deep into that one. Pizza Do gives $5.
I don't doubt anything these days. I just don't. I can see everything is plausible. Yep.
Well, just look at the meltdown that they had. I mean, that was enough pressure for the debates commission to say, you know what, we don't want round 2 of this.
Yes.
Of what? Asking questions that you just that the mainstream media just doesn't agree with, and
They-
because
they-
more Canadians want to
well,
hear
they-
those questions than their nonsense ones, we
That
have to
they're-
just shut the whole thing down.
That they're not smart enough to come up with, Tamara Ugolini, that they're not smart enough to come up with, because all they do is stay in their validation circle and their verification loops, and they never ever get out of them. They never talk to anybody who has a different opinion, or they would never dirty their hands on you, Canada. The normal people of Canada, they've got their teams of experts on speed dial if they want an opinion. Why would they ever speak to you peasants? This is the crazy part, is I think that most of their anger comes from abject jealousy, from not being able to ask really interesting, poignant, perfect questions. They are obligated to stay within their box, and we saw their rage after being forced to stay in it today. So,
And I think there's a bit of control freak at play here, right? As soon as you have a loss of control of the narrative, this is the meltdown that ensues.
Yeah.
You have to control the narrative, keep that going, and anything that threatens that has to be shut
Deviates.
down immediately.
Yeah, anything that deviates from the official word, well, then it's meltdown time. Again, I can't tell you how similar it is to dealing with people in Canadian public schools right now. It is the same. It is the same. You challenge them, they go rigid and diagonal, and they start screaming, and they don't stop. They just don't stop. Oh, it's crazy. Okay, keep reading, Tamara.
There are so
I can't
many.
wait to hear this feedback. Good. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this support. Like, never have we appreciated it more, to be completely honest.
Pizza Do gives $5. You guys helped bring up the internet censorship problem here in Canada during the question period towards Polyev. Much love from a new subscriber. Well, thanks, Pizza Do. That's wonderful. We have reached so many eyeballs just with this, and they say no press is bad press. So thanks, mainstream media, for your ridiculous reaction to simple journalistic questions, because now look at the eyes that are on our coverage. All right. Peterson D. Sue something. I'm sorry, it cuts off. Gives $20. I'm so proud of all of you. Thank you for your hard work, Rebel team. Thank you very much. Emmy1111 gives $27.99. This is so sad that this happened in Canada. They are trying to control information Canadians need to know. Exactly.
Yes. Thank you.
That is my point. LDZ gives another $1. Jagmeet Singh took Canadian politics to a whole new low yesterday in his dealing with the scrum. So the media, not to be outdone, went to a new low in Canadian media political coverage. Yeah, you have it.
They've lowered the bar so much that they now have to dig a hole and climb underneath it. This is how low the bar is for the corrupt mainstream regime media in Canada.
Kathy Hunt, $69.99. Thank you very much. Fight,
Kathy.
Rebel News. We have your back. And that is so, it really,
Thanks, babe.
it's so nice to know, because obviously without our faithful subscribers, supporters, our donors, we wouldn't be able to do any of this work. And as Ezra said, we're faithful and we answer only to you, because we are a crowd-funded, viewer-funded media outlet. And
That's
the
right.
regime media answers to a different party, and that's the government of the day. So
that's right. That part actually made me cry when that's why I had to dab my eyes, because that was so poignant, and that is so true.
Yeah.
To say that we don't work our tails off.
Oh my gosh, these super chats are just like, I think I'm getting down to the end, and then more come.
Oh,
Lost
you
Art,
guys.
$10. Only thing that will save Canada is to vote Conservative. Carney will be the nail in the coffin. Yeah. Big Alan, $10. Just straight. Thank you, Big Alan.
Perfect. Thank you,
Mom's
guys.
5 Force gives $20. Thank you for continuing to keep Canada informed. Great reporting. Thank you very much. Baloo58 gives $50. I can't believe what happened there tonight. In a supposedly democratic nation, it looked more like a communist regime. Yeah, complete communist tears being shed. Those big communist crocodile tears, they're just coming.
I'm having rebel tears because of all of the people that are I
Aw.
really am. I'm listening to these and I was like, we're not alone. We're not alone. We haven't
Yeah.
gone mad. There are people who are seeing what we see. And I think that that's another part of the Rebel community that's so important is Rebel makes you feel normal for seeing the things that you see and noticing the things that you notice. And so thank you guys so much for your support. I'm just going to dab my eyes.
Okay, Lisa's going to take a moment, and I'm going to try to run through all these super chats, and we'll
Okay.
catch up quickly. Sherry Collins gives $20. True North, strong and free. God bless Canada and Rebel News. Thank you very much. Ski Lifestyle, $5. Thank you for shining light on the truth. The mainstream media feels threatened, so they try to silence you. Exactly. Smokeless Choice, $5. Rebel News is the Dirty Harry of the media world. I don't know if I like that, but I'll take it for tonight.
Good
Motto
stuff.
Gear Solid, $2. CCP Chairman Marks Zarni. Rebel, Ali P gives $5. Rebel News rocks. Thanks for telling us the truth. We have a couple
You're
smaller ones.
welcome.
Rich Kelbasa gives $20. As the lady in the front bottom is shown, is that, I think it's meant to say, is that my shirt she's wearing in the show?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There you go.
is.
Oh no, I just lost my spot. Hold on. I have to go back up here. There are so, where even am I? Oh no, I lost my spot. Hold on a second. I have to get back. This is crazy. I've never seen this many super chats. Thank you so much,
Oh,
everyone.
you guys. Thank
Andrew
you.
Wolf gives $20. Okay, let's hope I didn't lose my spot. And I did again. There's so much scrolling to do. There we go. Transpo gives another $10. It is so very important for voters to get out and volunteer as poll scrutineers for their candidate. We can't leave this to trust. That's a really good point. Yeah, get involved. Not just like with alternative media and independent media, but actually get out there and get involved in the election process and
Without
see
question.
what you
Hey,
can see.
hey guys, like at every single polling station, they're going to be looking for scrutineers. These are people to oversee the process. If you want to do that, it's a one-night commitment. You're going to make sure that there's no funny business going on, no miscounting, no appropriating votes where they shouldn't be going. Nobody is stealing ballot boxes. Nobody, you know what I mean? Like all of these things are a concern, and that's a real way that you can make a difference in this coming election. We got to make sure. We saw this in the United States. They made sure that they had scrutineers at every polling station because they know that there are irregularities that would happen. And that's a quick way for Canadians to take part in the democratic process without a ton of commitment. You know what I mean? We can each give one night to make sure that things go right for our own country. It's it's the literal least we could do. You know what? I might do that just because I'll let you know how to do it. I'll get on it tomorrow. That's what we'll do. We'll research.
Lise has convinced herself to
Yeah, I
volunteer.
did. Did you see? Did you see how I talked myself into good ideas? Just that simple, guys. Yeah.
All right. Paul Lawrence gives $20. Thank you very much. Do you think the Debates Commission will find a way to bypass the lawsuit and block Rebel on the behest of the legacy media? They literally just did. That is what they did. They, instead of trying to skirt the legal, they just shut it all down. They were like, we can't even deal with Rebel News and a potential lawsuit. So we're literally just going to burn the whole thing down. And if we can't play, then you can't play either. So sorry, everyone, pack your bags and go home. But first, you can't come in and get the rest of your bags. You have to wait until midnight to do that.
That
is what
wild.
I'm hearing from them on the outside.
Midnight.
Yeah.
They're holding their stuff hostage until midnight.
For 2 more hours.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Midnight
That makes
Eastern
sense.
for some arbitrary reason, I'm sure. Otto Han, again, it cuts off there, so I'm not sure what the full name is, but gives $13.99. Thank you. Biased media are so privileged because they are funded carnage carney. They call you those people, what morons. Yeah, and we didn't mention it earlier, but remember when Canadian icon Don Cherry was fired over saying those people that won't wear their poppies?
It's a national treasure. Don Cherry is a national treasure. And that's
Fired
all it took. Yes.
over saying those people. And here we are being referred to by the legacy media as those people, arguably the same people or similar circle that kept the pressure on enough to get Don Cherry fired in the first place for those comments. So that's the
same
bizarre.
aggressors. Yeah, same aggressors, same victims. Yeah. The end.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I have a script to read also, because why not generate some ad revenue while we're getting through all of these crazy amounts of super chats. And this one comes from James Manuel. In a world clouded by chaos and noise, heaven still sings. From the throne room of glory to the hearts of men comes a song birthed in divine worship, a song echoed by the angels. This is not just music, it's a supernatural experience, a sound that stirs the soul, lifts the spirit, and calls you higher. James Manuel, an award-winning gospel voice anointed for this generation, brings you a powerful, spirit-filled anthem, Song of the Angels. Let your heart ascend, let your worship rise. Heaven is singing, will you join? Now experience Song of the Angels. There you go. Prakar Patwa gives $6.99. Salute you guys. Always ask honest questions and always work in the Canadian interest. Absolutely. Motto Gear Solid gives $2. Carney had the charisma of a beige wall tonight. Oh, I love that. Builder beige at that. All right. We have... Okay, so when they're shared as these little files and I have to open them, then I lose my place in the thread. So let's see how this goes. I think I already read that one. Hold on a second. David Tingley gives $139.99. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that generosity and your donation. Chiz McQuaid gives $20. Go Rebel. Lamestream Media is losing, and that's why they're getting vicious. Exactly. On full display. Where we go... Casian something, $2, being blocked from sending you money on YouTube, so sent here. World's worst gamer. Thank you. World's worst. Yeah, okay. And I think that may be it. I think so. I don't know. Did I get...
I think you guys might have broken a record tonight, I think.
No, that's not it. There's one more. So far, there's one more.
Okay.
Menacing Musk gives $20. I have always enjoyed Rebel News, but can ask the blonde to stop wearing the Dolly Parton tops and wear something more professional. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Lise, you know what?
Me, sir.
I think it's the merits of what we say, not necessarily how we dress.
You got something against sequins, sir? Like, is that your biggest problem in this world? And to be completely honest, I spend a lot of time to try and look delightful for you every single day. So I'd appreciate it if you kept your fashion comments to yourself. Thanks very much.
Also, we can just we do a podcast, so if it's too distracting, we could just listen in. There's a clip here. There's, I guess, more chaos happening behind the scenes in the debates. Oh my gosh, and there's more chats. This is crazy. They just keep coming. Well, let's show you this little clip here, this quick clip. I guess it's Ezra confronting some heckling media staffer who of course blamed Rebel News and other independents for the canceling of the Q&A session.
Because of you, we can't ask questions on behalf of the public. Because you wanted to have a media circus.
Maybe your ally shouldn't be trying to get the commission to do something unlawful.
It's embarrassing. Look at all of you. Look at all of you. What journalistic rationale is there to have this many people in the room? What journalistic rationale is there?
There's not 13 of us.
Yeah. There absolutely are 13 of you. There absolutely are. I saw Cian Bexty coming over to Ezra throughout the debate. Cian Bexty, who supposedly has a different media outlet, was taking direction from Ezra.
You're wrong. Kean Bexley doesn't work for Rebel News.
So why did he come
We
over to
don't-
you 3 times for direction during the debate? He showed you he showed you his phone, and he took direction from you during this debate. So I don't think that Kean Bexley is independent of you. I don't believe that.
Kean because we're friends.
So we're not allowed to talk to people? He's shaking.
Which is much less than the CBC has. You've got to control your emotions. I know you don't like me and Rebel News, and that's okay. But
what I don't like, Ezra, is
What?
you preventing us from
How
being
have I
able to
done-
ask questions on behalf of the
How
public.
have I done that?
You created a circus here before
What
this
circus?
debate started.
Questions that you
You
don't
created
like?
a security incident.
What
You
incident
created a
was that?
security incident before
What are you
this
talking
debate
about?
started.
That guy from the Hill Times. who
When
had a
you got
meltdown?
into a screaming match with people before this debate
What are you talking
started,
about? I didn't scream
and
at
that's
anybody.
the justification that has been used to cancel the Q&A. So the circus that you created before this
You're
debate.
making
Where did you
things
get
up.
this
I'm not
information?
Where
making
was I
anything
saying
up.
that? What are you talking
Where
about?
did you
I
get
was
these
there.
facts?
We were all there
What are you talking about?
in the front of this room right before this debate. You caused an incident that caused the security concern that got this Q&A shut down. So Ezra Levan, I blame you 100% for the Q&A being canceled.
There's not 13 rebels here. Kean Bexley doesn't work for us. You're angry because you didn't
Well, it's
like
a
4
Potemkin
questions.
village, right?
You didn't-
You
Why don't
have
you
as
let
many
him talk
outlets
now?
as you can start up
I don't
websites,
You guys
even
don't
know
right?
listen to
I
the
don't
facts.
even know
Let
what
him talk.
Ricochet is. I assume you take government subsidies. I assume is that correct?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand you don't
We
like
don't
my point of
actually
view.
take government
You
subsidies.
don't
but
take any government subsidies. I don't
We
believe
take
you.
LJI funding. We have one LJI funded position.
I don't even know it. Well, there you go. That's government funded. You know, it's okay for you to hate Rebel News or hate our ideas.
I don't
But once
hate
a year,
you, Ezra.
But
But you caused an incident. You
You're not
caused an
listening.
incident.
You're
Well, you
spreading
can say it's not
misinformation.
true all you want. You can say I'm lying all you want. You caused an incident. There was a huge incident at the front of this room, which everyone here saw. You got yelled at to get out of the way.
What are you talking about?
That's literally not what happened.
This is 100% your fault. You caused this, Ezra, and I hold you accountable. And everybody in this room knows what happened. Everybody saw the incident you caused earlier, Ezra.
Absolute, just insanity.
He big mad. He's big mad. He's super big mad. Yeah, wild. It's wild. So I guess we're not allowed to talk to our colleagues in that room without being accused of like participating in some what independent media cabal. Oh, he went to you for direction. He was asking where we're going for, what we're doing for dinner later is what he was doing. I mean, to project that level of conspiracy
Yeah, exactly.
onto us, like just wild.
These are the
Just
people
wild.
that claim we peddle mis and disinformation rooted in conspiracy theories, acting like complete conspiracy
Lunatics.
theorists who are peddling mis and disinformation. Like this
Disinformation.
is fully on display. Thank goodness we have cameras. We're recording. We know how to protect ourselves against these kind of slanderous smears. And now the viewers can see it for themselves and make up their own minds. That's it.
And viewers, we can guarantee you this. We can guarantee you this. You are going to have several weeks of amazing stories coming out of Rebel
Yeah.
News while we unpick this thing, while we timeline this whole thing, while we
Catalog.
make sense of what happened.
Mhm.
All we know is that we showed up, we asked a couple of really amazing questions, and the entire regime media lost their minds. That's
Melted down.
what happened. Yeah.
And the debates weren't overly interesting. I actually took more notes last night than I did tonight. And the Q&A is where all the meat and the potatoes are at. And that was canceled. So that's what you get. Evengia something, because it's cut off again, I'm sorry, gave $69.99. Thank you so much to support independent journalism. Really hope we elect conservatives for a change. Yeah, it's very clear that a change is needed at this point. Menacing Musk gives another $20. Thank you. And says, thank you all your incredible. So I'll paraphrase. Thank you all for your incredible information. Well done. Thank you, Ezra, Sheila, and your whole team. And I guess Timcast rated our stream. So I think that means that they sent their viewers over to us. So hey,
Oh,
anybody
that's
who's
nice.
joining us from
Yeah.
the Timcast stream, welcome. It has been a very lively evening where we're covering the English leadership debates here in Canada. They're happening in Montreal at the CBC, our state broadcasters building. And we sent a team of 7 Rebel News staff, 5 journalists, 2 videographers / still photographers to be your eyes and your ears on the ground. And after the complete debauchery that our questions apparently caused last night during the French debates, tonight was the English, the mainstream media had a complete meltdown and became so unhinged and aggressive that they canceled the question and answer period following tonight's debate. And so this caused more meltdowns and complete unhinged behavior by the legacy media and the government-funded journalists. So we've covered all of that in this stream, and I highly recommend going back and checking out some of those clips and their behavior on full display for everyone to see, because it is actually unbelievable. Like,
Yes.
unless you see it with your own eyes and you
Yes.
know that your colleagues and your friends are there witnessing it firsthand for themselves, you wouldn't believe this. Like, this is truly unbelievable that this is happening in a first world, supposedly free and democratic nation.
This is a changing day in Canada.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, this is a changing day in Canada, and there will be a reckoning.
Yeah.
There will be a reckoning.
I've just heard also that the team is okay. Everyone is safe. Everyone is good. They're debriefing. And obviously, we will have more developments, more footage, more compilations coming in the days ahead. So you can continue to follow this coverage, support it if you're able to, and stay tuned for more at leadersdebate.ca, because the debates are over. Canadians hit the polls in 9 days, 10 days. And we will continue to be publishing things as they come out at that website, leadersdebate.ca. April 28th is the day that Canadians will hit the polls. We have 2 more super chats so far. We've had so many. Thank you again to everyone. We have another super chat. Paul Wright gives $100. Thank you so much. I wish I could send you my money that the Liberals have taken from me and given to the CBC. Oh, you and me both, Paul. My goodness. Imagine every Canadian, right? Like 40 million of us weren't automatically being siphoned from our pockets into the lamestream media, and people
Yes.
could choose which media they want to support and fund. Like, that is massively game changing. Daryl Jova something, I'm sorry, the names are cutting off in the end here, gives $13.99. I somehow wondered why you were allotted so many questions. It was too easy eventually. Now I see that the fix was in, but we weren't actually, right? Ezra broke that down. We asked 4 out of 17 questions. That's not a lot. We had 5 different bureaus. So the state broadcasters are allowed to have different journalists from different locations join for the debate Q&A.
Yeah.
And so we have a few different, we call them bureaus. So for instance, Drea Humphrey is our British Columbia correspondent, chief of the BC bureau. Alexa Lavoie, Montreal based, so she's chief correspondent and head of the Quebec bureau. David Menzies, Ontario, chief reporter Sheila Gunn-Reid, Alberta. Then Ezra is the Canada. I mean, he's the head honcho. He's the grand poobah, as they would call him. But he's the only one that didn't get a question. And so between 4 questions, and each one had a follow-up, that was only 4 out of the 17. And all those other journalists had a follow-up as well. So where they say that we dominated was only because we asked questions of actual relevance to Canadian people that they wanted to hear. And that's how we dominated, not because we had all the questions or somehow, had some secret method or weapon to get those questions.
And if you look at this from 30,000 feet, again, like Ezra said, we get 15 minutes every several years. Okay. How many questions does the CBC get to lob at our federal leaders in the halls of parliament? How
Every
many
day.
questions does Global get while they're on the plane with Mark Carney? How many, like if you compare apples to apples, I mean, there is no what I'm saying is there is no comparison. Rebel News got in 4 questions at a perfect moment, and the lamestream media is losing their minds over it. And you know what? It just goes to show you how petty and tyrannical they are.
We did a breakdown. There you have it. Ezra has posted on his X page, monopolized ? There were 17 questions. Rebel had 4, same as CBC, Radio Canada. Here's a list. And then he breaks it down. So, and then, he aptly says, even when they accuse others of misinformation, the CBC engages in misinformation. Or, I would even wager to bet that it is disinformation, right? That is intentional. Misinformation, they say, is defined as like information that's misleading, but you're not really sure and you didn't know. Disinformation is intentional. That is intentionally meant information that is intentionally meant to mislead you. So there you have it. Menacing Musk gives another $20. Thank you. I have followed Rebel News from the very beginning. Love your work. Your people work so hard. Thank you. It's so true. I was saying last night, we have to tell Alexa, just take a day off. Just do something. Try to disconnect for a day, please, because she's everyone. We're workhorses. We love this work. We're dedicated. We love our supporters. We love our viewers. And obviously that feeling is mutual. So thank you. C700 Angus gives $5. Carney Circus, not a rebel revolution. I'm not sure. I know which one I would pick, and I don't think it would be the circus, but Diatonic Blitz gives
They're
$20.
still coming in?
They're still
You guys-
coming. Every
you
time I
guys
get
are
to the
best.
bottom or like close to, it just the scroll bar goes up again.
Thank you guys.
To quote Owen Schroyer, don't talk to these guys. They're too intelligent for us. That means your questions were effective. Yeah, I mean, look at Jagmeet Singh. He can't even pretend to garner or muster up any sort of response. He just has to immediately disregard and disobey any sort of response. And again, that speaks for itself. Viewers can see that and form their own opinion.
Yeah.
Dennis DeLong gives $20. These mainstream media journos self-indict and rage because you can ask what they can't. Yeah. And that too, right?
True.
There's such a jealousy. There are so many people out there who, and sometimes I forget and I have to, rein in my empathy. They don't have the free expression that we are afforded in this business and with an ethical company like Rebel News. They are gagged, their speech is compelled, and they cannot speak out on hot topics. And that inherently has to come with a bottling up of your emotions. And so naturally, that bottle will eventually explode, as we saw on full display with Stuart, whatever his last name is, him, from the Hill Times, right? If you have to proclaim your pronouns in your bio on X and on your social media accounts, well, that bottle's slowly filling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm hesitant to say and jinx it, but I think we're all through the super chats. The debates ended 2 hours, an hour and a half ago. What time? I don't even know. Time is I no
It's a
longer
weird construct right now.
know
Yeah.
what time it is, but I'll take a moment here again just to reiterate, thank you so very much to all of our viewers, everybody who contributed to the stream to keep the chat lively and keep our journalism afloat. We will be back for live election coverage on April 28th. I'm not sure what time the coverage, the election coverage will start, but it'll be an evening stream, and we usually go late and long as we have the last 2 nights. So stay tuned. We'll post that at leadersdebate.ca as well, I'm sure. And we have another super chat, a super chat again. Colin Barrager, $100. Thank you so much. Thank you for your coverage. It's great to have a truth media outlet like yourselves. Defund the CBC, bring it home, Pierre. And then
Awesome,
the
Colin.
Where We
Thank you.
Go something gives $1 David 4 p.m. Prime Minister in 2029. Could you imagine?
It
Oh
would
my
be
gosh.
incredible.
Yeah.
It'd be
Imagine him
incredible.
up there trying to answer questions from the mainstream media. Now that would be the comedic relief that this country so desperately needs.
Yeah.
All right. With that, I think we are a wrap here. Anything additional that comes in? So we are actually off tomorrow. It is Good Friday. We're ahead of the Easter long weekend. For anybody who's celebrating, wishing you a very happy Easter in advance of that. So there will be no stream tomorrow, but I believe we are back on Monday with our usual daily live stream that happens every weekday from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern. And same style and vibe, just not quite as long as we've went here. So thank you everyone who joined us and supported our work tonight through just sharing links, through all of these super chats and Rumble rants. It is so greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, Lise, for joining me the last 2 nights. It has been great to banter with you and have these conversations on these streams. The viewers also similarly love you, and you're so lovely. So thank you for joining me. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes who monitors the streams, make sure the chats are coming in okay, make sure we get to everything, has these clips ready, all the links available to everyone at home, because you see us front and center, but there's a whole team behind us also working just as hard and just as long of hours as we are. And so with that, ahead of Easter weekend, have a safe and happy holiday weekend. And if you are celebrating Easter, then have a very happy Easter. Thanks so much. Have a great night, everybody.